Hey guys. All right, there we go. It's Wednesday, and this is my live stream, so who knows what we'll talk about tonight. What's up, everybody? How's it going? You were just thinking about all of us? Well, here we all are. Just uploaded a video today. Eating at Sugar Taco in LA. We tried, well, I didn't, but my friends tried the hottest taco in LA. I can't handle spice, but ghost pepper taco. If you haven't seen the video yet, go check that out on the Vegan Zombie main page. It was a fun video. The food there was really good. Just editing the video made me want a taco, but it's far, far, far away. So, almost caught up with my videos from LA, but still not quite. Still got a few more to go. How's everybody doing today? Cooled off a little bit over here. It was like 90 degrees a couple days ago, and now it's a nice, I don't know, maybe 70s or something. No, I was just thinking about that. No, Vegan Games and I have not played chess yet. I'm excited to do that. Rosemary says I'm exhausted, just about to take a nap. Well, couldn't you just like lay down to take a nap and then watch the live stream? And hey, if you fall asleep, you fall asleep. I'll have a nice calm voice to put everybody to sleep. I could probably fall asleep right now too, so. You could always make raw tacos. Do I miss LA? Yeah, I like LA. I like living where I live, but I like visiting LA. I don't like the traffic. I don't like how there's just so many people all in one place at one time. But there's a lot of places to go there. There's a lot of things to do. You go for some nice, beautiful hikes, get some exercise, and see some scenery. Or you go just about to a different vegan restaurant every day, and they'll never run out. Out of every place I've ever been, LA has to be hands down the best vegan-friendly place that I've ever been to. So, you just watched the ghost pepper taste test. Didn't look like much fun. Not much fun for them, but for me, it was really fun. Everything was so good too. Those tacos and the horchata. I got to keep that glass mason jar container too. So I still have that. I brought it home with me. It didn't break on the plane. I can't even imagine how hot I didn't taste it, but I can't imagine how hot it is. Just having something hot for me is just like, it's just too crazy. And knowing that they had like the hottest taco in LA was, I don't know. I don't know how they did it. But they ate the whole taco. I'm not going to give any more away. If you haven't seen the video, go watch the video. A sleeping stream, everybody get a pillow. Put my whole audience to sleep, right? All the Hawa. It's nice and cool in my. Actually, it's a little cold in here. I had to turn the air off for a little bit. It's off right now. You've been revisiting some James Cameron movie. Aliens, Titanic, Avatar. Do I have a favorite from James Cameron? I really liked Avatar and Terminator 2. Did no, I don't think he did that. He didn't do Event Horizon, did he? Did he do Sphere or what was it, Abyss? One of those. Anyway, I like Titanic too. It's a very long movie. You've never seen Titanic? I've seen it a bunch of times. A few times in the movie theater. But I haven't seen it probably since it came out. I think I saw it a bunch of times when it came out, and then I never saw it again. You went to Taco Bell last night? Got some rice tacos? The manager said they never heard of bean rice tacos? Yeah, the Abyss. You were 12 when it first came out a long time ago? I'm not even going to say how old I was. My grandma was born a couple months after the Titanic sank. There's a lot of memes about Leo and Rose on the door. You can't fit there. You got to draw. Okay, I'll try not to give it away. A Night to Remember. Why does that sound familiar? Mary, I don't like the hot food just because the spicy food, because if it's too spicy, it ruins my meal. And if I'm paying for a meal, or if I'm even making it here, I don't want to ruin my meal. You know what I'm saying? I wanna enjoy it and get my money's worth if I'm, out at a place. And I did that. I used to go to this one place around here and always get like one of my favorite dishes, which is bibimbap. And they have like a gochujang sauce, which is very spicy. But I would normally kind of water it down with like soy sauce and like mix it around and get a tiny bit of the spice, but also like the flavor, and it would be really good. And one day I just like, you know what, I'm going to give it a little bit more. And I just put a little bit more on, and I was a moron for putting more on. And it ruined my whole mouth. It just, it's when things are really, really spicy, and my nose was running. I couldn't taste what I was eating because it was too hot, and it just was a really bad experience. And that's the last time I remember making a mistake like that. So I kind of vowed from that day on. This was like 7, 8 years ago. But I vowed from that day on never to make that mistake again. So that's probably one of the reasons I didn't try that ghost pepper taco. It was more fun having other people try it for me. People that can deal with the spice. I know, when Rose threw that necklace in okay, Rose, you're really old and you don't want it, but come on, give it to someone else. That I really was like, no. Oh, there's a bunch of conspiracies about how the Titanic sank and how it wasn't even actually the Titanic. It was another ship. They probably could have got most people on. They just didn't want to put too many people on the boats. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't want to speculate. But yeah, that happened the year my grandma was born. And that's weird that we're saying that, because I was just thinking about my grandma earlier today, about like her age and everything. And wow, you know, she lived in 2 centuries. Wait, I've lived in 2 centuries. What am I talking about? I know, Ralph. Same here. It's like, what are you doing? Give me that necklace. Put it in a museum. Put it somewhere. Give it to a relative. Don't throw it in the ocean. Nobody will ever see it again. What else? What else is going on? I haven't watched any new movies lately. I watched those documentaries where it shows how movies were made, and the behind the scenes of like getting the movies made. You know, they had the Home Alone one, and they kind of come out with new ones in increments. But I just watched the Back to the Future one. That was interesting. And one more. What other one did I watch? I'm already forgetting. I've got a really good memory, but short-term memory, it's like, what did I just do last night? Disney. Disney? Oh, you know what I just realized? I normally have my water bottle. I just was reaching for it. I don't have it. Okay. I didn't watch Tomorrow's War. No, I haven't seen that. The last actual movie I watched, I think, was the Fear 1994, which I already picked out a bunch of errors in it. They played a couple songs that didn't come out until after 1994. I was like, wait a minute, that didn't come out until after 1994. I graduated in 1994. That's vegan brain fog. No, that's a little different than the brain fog. Brain fog would be like, what am I had a train of thought and it's gone. Yeah. It's all because of vegan, right? What are we talking about here? Mark Wahlberg? Why are we talking about Mark Wahlberg? His name came up too. What is all these synchronicities? I've got so many of them. Oh, is he in Tomorrow War? I thought it was, it's not John Krasinski. I don't know. I saw the preview a while back, so. Vegan brain fog. It's not just regular brain fog, it's vegan brain fog. So you got a very compassionate brain with a little bit of fog, you know? Fear. Oh no, I'm talking about Fear 1994. It's a new movie. They have 3 of them. There's the 1994, 1978, and 1666 or something. I only saw part 1. Non-vegans love to say that we have brain fog. If anybody has like a normal moment where they forget something, it's vegan brain fog. Meanwhile, they're eating junk, and then they turn into these nutrition experts as soon as they find out you're vegan. It's just really weird. Like, we have neurological disorders, issues. We're the dumb ones. Yeah, I know. That's what they all love to say. They're all geniuses about it, too. Yeah, apparently you can't be a vegan long term. I don't know what long term means because I'm going on 27 years, but apparently that's not long term. That's my dog. He's got a little brain fog, except for when it comes to food. He knows exactly what that means. if I say that magic three letter, that's brain fog, 3-letter word, he turns into a little scrapper here. No, I didn't watch the new Master of the Universe. You watched it and you got bored of it. You know, that happened to me with the Dark Crystal. I loved the original Dark Crystal growing up. But then when the series came out, I was all, like, let's watch it. And then I got bored after the first episode. There's no living proof of long-term vegans. Only dead long-term vegans, right? What's up, Alpaca Llama? Spherage brain fog. It's coming right through his forehead. Sorry, I can do that because he made fun of me, so. Vegan brain fog on my mind. Oh, wait, where'd it go? It was on my mind, but then I forgot. We're all undead. It's funny because vegan brain fog. What do they even mean by that? Just people that are they'll make stories out of anything. They'll turn something into a conspiracy or something. Oh yeah, vegans are unhealthy or vegans have brain fog or whatever. And it's funny because I would ask myself sometimes, like, I'm like, wait a minute. Is it real? Like, does this, like sometimes I'll be saying something and then like I forget or I'll lose my train of thought. So is this a real thing? So this is how your mind is a very powerful thing. So what I did was I just willed myself to not do that anymore. I'm like, I'm not going to let that happen anymore. I'm going to have clear concentration and I'm not going to allow that to happen anymore. And I swear it 99.99999% of the time, like I have a clear thought. And especially I wanted to correct this because doing what I do, even though I haven't done it in a while because of the state of the world right now. But I used to go out and speak in public and I would do presentations and stuff like that. And my worst fear was if I froze up in front of a bunch of people. I got 150 people watching me and I forget what I'm saying. I lose my train of thought. Whether it's brain fog or if it's just that everybody's looking at me and I start thinking about it too much. I didn't want that to happen anymore. So I just said, I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to allow this to happen. I didn't change anything I was eating. I just told myself I'm just going to concentrate more and not allow it to happen. And sure enough, it doesn't happen anymore. I have a very clear, concise formulation of everything I want to say in my brain. So my brain works like a lot of, I don't know how other people work, but my brain thinks of so many things before I can actually verbalize them. I'm just thinking so far ahead and all these other tangents I want to go on, and it's hard to like actually. So when I'm trying to explain something that I know a lot about to, like a good example is usually the only people who listen to me are my parents. So I'll be explaining something to them and I'll just be going off and like just, and they're like, they probably think I'm nuts. I don't know, but that's how it is. So I don't know. Brain fog? I don't know. I don't think it's a vegan thing. There are a lot of long-term vegans out there. I know a lot of long-term vegans. I know people that went vegan back when I went vegan. I know a few people that went vegan before I went vegan. You threw away all your weed and decided to become straight edge a week ago, and you haven't regretted it. Oh, that's cool. Congrats. How much weed did you throw away? Texas. Is it not legal there? Is it legal there? Is coconut milk healthy? I guess that depends who's consuming it. I don't consume anything coconut because for some reason, and for this happens to some people and not others, but coconut, especially coconut oil and stuff, it although there's no cholesterol in vegan foods, there's zero cholesterol in anything vegan. So if you find something with cholesterol, it's not vegan. But high saturated fats, especially coconut oil, elevates some people's low density lipoproteins, LDL, bad cholesterol, and it does that to me. So when I drink anything coconut or coconut oil, coconut milk, it does that to me. So I try to stay away from coconut altogether. So if you don't have that problem, then yeah, coconut should be healthy for you. But again, some people have that problem. Some people don't. People always say eat in moderation. I think like that's such a general term to use, and it's defined probably differently between each person that says it. So, I mean, I guess for me, like for the most part, I eat healthy, and sometimes I eat junk food, and I try to keep that in moderation. I try not to eat only junk food. Okay. Um, and my body will tell me if I start feeling crappy or something. I'll be like, all right, I'm gonna eat some, bananas, watermelon, like whole foods, mangoes, like some nice whole foods instead of a bunch of greasy processed foods or something. But just don't eat all junk. Kind of like if you drink, just don't drink to excess. And if you do that, don't do it all the time, because that's not good for anybody. Yeah, coconut and curry is one thing that I like doing. I haven't done it in a while, but I got some coconut curry recipes, and I mean, you can make some really good dishes that way. I'm not a fan of using coconut oil, and I don't like coconut flakes. I don't like candy that has coconut flakes in it. Like I never liked Mounds or Almond Joy. Those are gross to me. Um, Christmas cookies with coconut, anything with like I just don't like coconut like that. Coconut shreds and stuff like that. Babies can absorb coconut oil through their skin. I wonder if we can too. Like put in coconut oil on your skin. Like I know it's good for your skin, but does it absorb and affect your cholesterol? I wonder. The McDougal diet. You have some soya cream. Yeah, use it in something. I mean, you could probably put it in like a smoothie. You could just do it with anything that would use cream or something, make something creamier. Um, Use it with mashed potatoes or something. I don't know though. Is it sweet or is it just regular cream? Strawberry shortcake. Oh, you know where I haven't? You know where I need to go that I haven't been in a while is good old Aldi. I go to Trader Joe's every once in a while, and I'm always trying to find new stuff at the different grocery stores that I kind of like alternate through. But I haven't been to Aldi in a while, and I see that they got some new things. You hear straight edge people don't drink caffeine. Is that true? Not all straight edge people. Some don't drink caffeine. Personally, I don't drink any caffeine, but I do eat chocolate. So I guess you can argue that's a different kind of caffeine than like sodas and stuff, added caffeine. But I don't drink soda. I've never had coffee before. So I don't drink anything with caffeine, and that doesn't make you not straight edge. If you drink that, if you want to do that, that's fine. I just kind of took it to the extreme. I mean, to me, it's not extreme, but some people would think it's extreme. I mean, some people think veganism is extreme, and it's not extreme. Yukon Gold potatoes are good. The buttered potatoes. I use those for the Gordon Ramsay recipe that I recreated. Those potatoes, wow, super super good. I had some that were they were on the verge of going bad, but they weren't bad yet. So I cooked them all up, mashed them all up with a bunch of other things, made some vegan dog food. So I got a big tub of vegan dog food. I help supplement. I don't let things go to waste. The dogs will eat them. You just gotta know what dogs can and can't eat, though. What's up, Sean? Am I straight edge? Yes, I am straight edge. Aldi now has vegan pot stickers. I know that they had them a while ago. They always get things and then they sell out of them and then they don't get them again until maybe a year later or something like that. Or sometimes they never get them again. But I do think I did a video a while back with the pot stickers. That might have been the one I did with Craig. I don't remember. I've done a bunch of them. Veganism is extremely awesome, extremely necessary. Oh, Gordon Ramsay is a new face for Silk oat milk now. He is? I didn't know that. I don't think I've had the Silk oat milk. I think John had it when I did a tour at his new house, and I think he showed me it, but I haven't tried it. I've been using. Well, at the same time, I'm kind of bummed that they stopped selling the original the white carton of Oatly at Wegmans, which is the only one that doesn't have oil in it. But they do have a Wegmans brand, and that's probably why they stopped, because they have a Wegmans brand. They'd rather you buy the Wegmans brand. But they have a Wegmans brand that is just as good. It tastes delicious, and it's a little bit cheaper. So it's like, okay, do I get this or that? They still sell the other Oatly there, the chocolate, and then um, the higher fat one. They're all really good. Oat milk has become my new favorite plant milk. But way back in the day when Chris first went vegan, actually when I first went vegetarian, it was vanilla rice milk by LiveStreaming. Drinking that gives me nostalgia. It's a lot more watered down. It's a lot watery than the oat milk is a lot thicker, but I still love it. That's what I grew up on. It's weird to say that, but I did. I grew up on I was I was a kid when I went vegetarian and then vegan. So that's what I remember I would buy a big case of them when I first moved to Florida and I lived on my own for the first time ever. I would go to this place called the Granary in Sarasota, Florida. I don't know if it still exists. And I would buy a big case of my rice stream. And it didn't have to be refrigerated until you opened it. So I'd keep that in my room in my apartment, and I'd have, one in the refrigerator, and I would use it for just about everything. Super good. You know, it's funny because I was just looking at for the first time. I haven't been back there in like 20 years since I lived there, and then I visited one time like in I think 2000. But since then I haven't been there. And I looked at Google Maps, Google Earth, and I was trying to find the old places that I lived in. They look a little bit different, but I found them. It took me a little bit, and I found my old places, the first places I lived when I moved out on my own. But I don't want to bore you with that stuff. Vegan straight edge is very uncommon in the South. It used to be, okay, so when I first went vegan straight edge was like a very common thing. And especially here where I live in Syracuse, straight edge was huge. I had always been straight edge without knowing it. I had always lived my life like that. And then when I heard the term, I was like, well, that's me. I'm straight edge. But a lot of people don't know that I'm straight edge because I don't really talk about it. If you ask, not a lot of people know what it even is, but if you ask me, I will gladly say, yes, I'm straight edge. And I've been so, I first picked up the term when I was 14, very long time ago. But for those of you who don't know, the straight edge is just, living your life completely drug-free. And a lot of people assume when I say that I'm straight edge that I judge others about them not being straight edge. And that's totally not true at all. In fact, I never even bring up the fact that I am straight edge. But it just means that I'm drug free. I don't put any kind of drugs in my body. I'm pretty clean as far as that goes. I won't take medicine unless I absolutely I'm going to die if I don't take the medicine. And I've never drank alcohol. I've never smoked. I stopped taking, medication like, pain meds and stuff that my mom would give me as a little kid when I was 14. So yeah, I'm straight edge. For those of you that know what it is, it's just easy to say you're straight edge. Okay, you don't do drugs, you don't smoke weed, you don't drink, none of that. But it's funny because like I don't really have any. I might have a couple friends that are straight edge, but for the vast majority of my friends and all my family, nobody's straight edge. Like I said, I don't judge other people. I don't not hang out with somebody because they're not straight edge. So yeah, because I get that a lot. Oh, you probably, I probably shouldn't drink. I don't care if you drink. I mean, my whole family drinks. Like my friends drink. Go ahead. I just don't expect me to drink. I was always the designated driver wherever I went. Everybody could count on Chris because he was the voice of reason. He'll make sure nothing bad happens to you. I mean, like literally, like no, your shoes don't belong in the campfire. Put your shoes back on. Nope, you're okay. You're done. Like that was me watching out for everybody because I was the straight edge one. You thought it was just a Minor Threat song. They were the ones that created the term way back in the day. Mom's Organic Market. I think I've been there a few times. Did I used to go there? I don't remember. I think I used to go there when I lived in D.C. area, when I lived in Arlington. Mom's. But I think I used to go to Harris Teeter most of the time. And I had a Papa John's right outside of my apartment. And sometimes I would just go there and buy a pizza and the breadsticks with no cheese because the garlic sauce was vegan. So that was what we used to eat way back in the day. And even further back, even like when I lived in Florida, there was, I don't know if it still exists. Maybe somebody down in the South knows. But up here, I've never seen it again. But when I lived in Florida, there was a place called Hungry Howie's. And they would make us vegan pizza. No cheese or anything, but just like, the pizza, the sauce, and some veggies and stuff. And it was really good. I used to always get the Hungry Howie's pizza. Yeah. Cure song I like to listen to while driving. Well, The Cure is my all-time favorite band, as maybe you know. That's why you're asking the question. But yeah, I like listening to a lot of Cure songs when I'm driving. I mean, if a Cure song comes on when I'm driving, I'm not gonna change it. You know. My all-time favorite song is "Plain Song" by The Cure. So that's a good driving song. Listening to "Plain Song" and just like the emotions of it while you're driving. Maybe it's raining out. I don't know. Maybe there's an amazing sunset in the foreground or the background. Who knows? Just trying to paint a picture here. Actually, what do I have? Sometimes, Disintegration comes on, or even Push, Push is a good song where, your strawberries and cream. Vegan, of course, Did I ever get down on some good old straight edge hardcore? I like Earth Crisis. I like Shelter. Shelter was the band that I really liked. And I got some videos of it on this channel. So we got, I think we have Snapcase on there. We got Vision, Shelter. The first show I ever went to was a 108 Shelter show. And then I hung out with them afterwards, and we all ate prasadam, which is amazing vegan food that the Hare Krishnas would make. And I never thought I'd have it again. But then when I went to University of Florida, there are Hare Krishnas in the not the food court, but the main courtyard of the university. And every Wednesday, I think it was, they would sell their prasadam. Well, they would have it. They weren't selling it, but you could give a donation. So we'd always give a donation. And the food was amazing. And my dogs are barking at somebody out there. Zeke, get up here. Almond breeze with the bananas in it. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There's somebody at my door. Do I answer it? I'm doing a live stream. Who's at my door? I should just ignore it, right? Guys, give me a second. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh my God, how weird is this? What were we just talking about? Hold on, as soon as she leaves, the dogs will stop barking. Guys, get up here. This is so weird. We were just talking about pizza, and Domino's just came to my door to deliver pizza to my address. They said, and they recited my address. I'm like, yeah, that's my address. I didn't order any pizza. Somebody ordered a pizza to my house. Domino's. Weird. Did somebody play a joke on me and order me a pizza? Pizza delivery. I don't think I've ever had a pizza delivery to this house. I should have taken it. I have no idea. I just immediately was like, I didn't order a pizza. And she was like, I'm sorry. That is weird though. Like, why it was my address. Who would order? They probably wrote it down wrong. It was probably one of the neighbors. She's still here. I'm looking at my camera. Oh, she's driving in my grass. Come on. That looks like a pretty big car. It doesn't look efficient to be delivering pizzas. But, hey. It was a medium pizza anyway. It didn't look very big, so somebody ordered a medium pizza. Wasn't me. But something in my mind, we were just talking about pizzas, right? All these pizza places, and all of a sudden Domino's. Someone pranking me. I don't know. Who here knows my address? Hopefully nobody. I don't even think Domino's is vegan around here. I think it was vegan in the UK or something. But I don't think their sauce or something is vegan. So I don't know if I've ever had Domino's pizza. Here comes 10 more pizzas. Well, you better, if you're going to order me pizza, make sure it's from a vegan place. No, nobody that I know would send me a pizza because they know I'd be like, it's not vegan. Yeah. Weird. What a weird synchronicity, right? Ooh, she might be a spy, yeah. The pups are always on the case. Usually Zeke's not, though. Usually when Indy starts barking out there, it's Zeke's, chance to go look for some food. Like, what can I do? They're all distracted. What can I do? That's Zeke for you. Well, how long have we been live? Would that even be enough time for somebody to see that I'm live? 40, yeah, probably. Order me a pizza. That's the calm version of swatting. That's exactly what I was thinking. I didn't want to say it, but from a British Domino's. Well, that was pretty fast delivery then. It is vegan in the UK? I could be wrong. Maybe they made it vegan here in the US too, but the last I knew it wasn't. It's some nut hoping that, yeah. Well, they're going to have a hard time if they come back. Well, the only reason I'm skeptical about the delivery because it was my address. She read it to me and I'm like, that's my address, but I didn't order anything. That's weird. It looked like it was already paid for and everything. Yeah, we are always. So yeah, I guess if I'm always talking about pizza, it just had to happen at some point where somebody would do that, right? I should have asked her what kind of pizza it was. Now I'm like, I have all these questions that are always going to be unanswered. Did they come back? Annie! I'm going to look out here again. What the hell? Oh my god, there's somebody else here. Are we even here? All right, I don't know who's doing this, but like seriously, you're a POS, dude. Seriously, come fight me. Whoever's messing with me, you're an asshole. Seriously, somebody's watching this, like straight up, dude. You know where my address is. Why don't you just come here? You come to my house. So yeah, somebody. So now Pizza Hut just delivered me a meat lover's pizza. Real fucking funny. So whoever this is, I'm probably gonna get a bunch more pizzas, right? That's just so messed up. All right, well, if you know where I live, come over here. Come over here. That's all I'm saying. Come over here. I'll open the door. That's messed up. Somebody's ordering pizzas. Yeah, this is totally messed up. Yeah, they're supposed to confirm the address through the name. I wonder if we can find out who it is. Damn, I should have asked him. At least I asked him what kind of pizza it was. He said it was a meat lover's. The Domino's probably was too. Anyway. That's messed up. That's not funny at all. You're probably still watching this. Like, I will. I'm going to call back. Thank you for that super chat. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'd do it right now, but then they'd probably like confirm the address. I don't want to give my address out. Somebody already knows it, but yeah, I'm sure they didn't give a name, but like how do you order that with like a number or whatever not connected to something? And they wanted it paid in cash, so they wanted me to pay cash when they got there. So now some delivery driver wastes his gas and doesn't get paid for it. And they use up a bunch of meat for a meat lovers, and you're sitting there thinking this is funny, but it's not. So sorry for the language, guys, but like that stuff makes me mad. Like, yeah, that's what that's what I said to the dude. I'm like, am I getting swatted with pizzas? And he's like, I don't know. Like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm doing a live stream, dude. Anyway, I really wish the coward who's doing this would either stop it or show who you are. That is weird. I did predict it, didn't I? Well, how many other places are gonna come here? So messed up. Oh, I'm okay. Whoever did this better stay anonymous. They're not going to be okay. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm getting swatted with pizza deliveries. Somebody found out my address and they're sending me meat lover pizzas from different pizza places. I just got Domino's and Pizza Hut come to my house to deliver pizza to me to interrupt the stream. This is usually what people do, like we're swatting, where I mean, I'm glad they're not doing. They better not. You do that, and it's messed up. People get hurt. People get killed because people swat, and what swatting is, and they get a kick out of it. They'll watch somebody do a live stream, and then they'll call the police, and they'll say something horrible like, there's like, shots fired, or somebody's, about to kill themselves or something. And then the cops will bust in their house, and if somebody doesn't know what's going on, people have been shot and killed because they had no idea what was going on. So, that better not, the cops better not come here, because that's... Yeah, you can look it up. There's people playing video games. They usually play video games live, and then they get swatted, where all of a sudden a SWAT team shows up at your house, and they bust in, and everybody's like, what the hell's going on? Because somebody called in, like, shots fired, or there's a hostage situation or something. And it's scary, but you can watch these. And some of the people know they're getting swatted. They're like, uh-oh, and they're like, put their hands up. They haven't done anything wrong. They're just playing a game. So... No, this isn't my bad language, D-Rabbit. This is just, I know I'm on camera in front of a lot of people. Yeah, that wouldn't be my normal reaction. Yeah. I'll give the pizza places a call after the stream's done. See what's going on. It can't be some like random person. It's got to be somebody who knows who I am, or something like that. Where can you get vegan zombie shirts? Either if you go to my vegan zombie, my main YouTube page, you can, there's right below each video, it shows where you can buy, the multicolored ones, and then the ones that I print here on my own, there's a link for the apparel right under the video. How do we change the vibe? Well, I mean, we're good. That's not cool, doing something to somebody's house. Like, you might think that was like a funny little prank, but it's not. You're trying to troll a vegan page. You know that I'm vegan, so you thought it would really get to me by ordering a meat lover's pizza. Like, that's not funny. It's not cool, and you're just being wasteful. It's a shitty thing to do. To whoever did it, not all of you guys, but obviously. Oh yeah, I could probably do that. Good idea, Ralph. Put my address on a no delivery list. It sucks that I would even have to think about doing that. And how could they not know? You can't like prank call how are you doing that? Domino's and Pizza Hut. I don't even know where Pizza Hut is around here. Pizza Hut and... Pizza Hut... Why do I not know where Pizza Hut is? Trying to look for a crossroad. Oh, okay. Okay, Pizza Hut's not that far from me either. So I don't know. Maybe it is that spice things up in my live stream. This is gonna be a weird live stream. Maybe I'll just delete it. Exactly. The delivery people need tips. It's like, I mean, I'm sure when stuff, I used to work at pizza places, when stuff like that goes back, one of the employees usually take it home. I thought for sure that it was like, oh, it's got to be one of the neighbors that ordered a pizza, because I've never had that happen here ever. But as soon as the second one came, like, yeah, it's just, I knew immediately. Yeah, yeah, it is. It's. I mean, I got two German shepherds that will alert me anytime somebody steps foot on my property. So, I mean, I'm not worried, but still. They're telling people to eat bugs, yeah. Because there's so many billions and trillions of bugs. How about just eat plants? We can eat plants. Can we, though? Can we do it long term? I'll let you know when I'm like 90 and see if it works. I gotta pull my camera up just to make sure here. The second one, I felt like the second one was DoorDash or something. But anyway, okay, so is there anything else you guys want to talk about? If it didn't involve like them repeating my address, I would probably call them right here on live stream, but I don't want to do that. They said the balloons were bad for veganism. That would be probably because if a balloon flew away and landed mainly in water or something, an animal could swallow it, maybe. Maybe that's why they're saying that. Well, I'm sure they're not good for animals if animals accidentally swallow them. Oh yeah, Trader Joe's did come out with the mini ice cream cones. I've had them. They're really good, but they're like that big. They're literally like this big. There's like 12 of them. They're really good. Does anybody remember the red balloon? Wasn't that like a short movie? What's up? Oh, hey, Ari, what's up? I don't know if you guys got my message on Discord. Nobody responded. Send a message to AJ and you. Anyway, Critters That was a good movie. Trader Joe's is so far away. Yeah, I only have one Trader Joe near where I live, and it's not too far away. It's like 20 minutes. It's like halfway in between where I live and where my parents live. But then the next closest one I think is in Ithaca, which is like an hour and 20 minutes away. Eclipse ice cream. I saw it in my in the video that I posted last week at Besties, and they recommended it, but I've never had it. Which will be the first festival you go to once the madness is over? Well, I'm hoping the madness is over, but they're starting to mask back up again, and I'm hoping it's not going to take a toll. But there's Expo East coming up in September, as well as the Buffalo Veg Fest, which I've been invited to go back there. I really want to go back to the Expo, which isn't quite a festival, but it's one of my favorite things to go to. Is the Expo, and it's been 2 years since I've been, so I'd really, really hope it works out. And this year will be, if they don't close it down again, it'll be the first time them having it not in Baltimore but in Philadelphia, which I think is a little bit closer, but not by much. There should be a Besties in every city. There's a similar store. There's an all-vegan grocery store in Buffalo, but that's like almost 3 hours away from me, so I've only been there a couple times. Expo West was packed. Yeah, these expos, like, I'm not saying they're not. They are the most packed places. I mean, 80,000 people. Like, it's the most packed I've ever been in any crowds of people. But they're super fun. You get to meet all the different companies that you love. You can ask all the questions to all the, different companies that, you can't really, that you always wonder, but now you got them right in front of you. You get to see all the new products coming out, and it's just, you get to see all your friends, all the other, vegans, and it's really cool. That's how I've met, like, probably over 50% of, the people behind different vegan companies is, like, you talk about a new product and like, oh yeah, I know those guys, It's mainly because I went to these expos. Oh, you went to the Pittsburgh Vegan Expo, Travis? I like to go to Pittsburgh for the horror part. George Romero filmed, Night of the Living Dead and Dawn of the Dead out there. So the last time I was in Pittsburgh, I visited the cemetery, the Evans City Cemetery, where they filmed Night of the Living Dead, and then the Monroeville Mall where they did Dawn of the Dead. And I mean, to me, that was pretty awesome. And then we took a little walk through the city, and we saw one of the most haunted houses that is on the county registry as being haunted, and the steepest street, which was pretty steep. It was fun. A little different than what you normally do on like a little road trip vacation, but it was for me, that was really fun. Alpha Foods is a sponsor again of what? Of the expo? Yeah, Portland, the last I was in Portland, which was years ago, has a vegan grocery store called Food Fight. Did I ever ask Nature's Path whether they used honey in their products, but most of it don't? No, I didn't. But I have had the opportunity to ask different companies that had ingredients like that, like, hey, why don't you change the ingredient there, and then you'll still have a good product that you can still sell to all of your loyal customers, but you'll also be able to sell to all the vegans as well. Like win-win situation. Like that's one of the things that I said. I spoke up. For those of you that don't know, I was invited along with like 10 to 15 other vegan influencers to Ben and Jerry's, and I got to meet Jerry, and they paid for our travel and our hotel and all that, and we got to see all the vegan ice cream being made and everything, and we got to make our own ice cream. But then one of their executives was talking to our group about the history of Ben and Jerry's, and you can watch this video if you want. It's kind of long, and I put it as a clicky video in case somebody wanted to see, because it's mainly, most of it's boring, but I kind of felt good about myself because I asked those questions that nobody else seemed to want to ask. But anyway, they were talking about the sustainability of Ben and Jerry's and how they're always trying to, be progressive and be eco-friendly and all those great things. And so I just asked the question. I said, hey, if you really want to be, environmentally friendly and all these things going forward, well, according to your own charts right there, your biggest contributor to, the carbon footprint you're putting out is the animal products that you're using, the dairy. If you have like 20 different vegan flavors, and you even admittedly say that your own freezer at home, although you're not a vegan, is filled with all the vegan flavors. So why wouldn't you just start taking away the dairy and replacing them with the vegan ones? Because we all know they're delicious. I mean, it's almost like, I hate to say it because like I want to support all the other 100% vegan companies, but I'm just going to say it right now. The best ice cream I've ever had, vegan or not, is the Ben and Jerry's. The Ben and Jerry's vegan ice cream is the best I've tried. And they have the resources to make it and to make it, great. And they can make vegan ice cream. So why not just make all your ice cream vegan? And that'll be like, we've got a lot of farmers here that rely on us, and we have a symbiotic relationship where we help them out. And I'm like, yeah, but you could easily help those farmers to transition to, to not do livestock and, do something else like plant milk or something, It's been done successfully, so why not do it? But anyways, I asked the questions at least. So it's something that's it's interesting because there's really no valid response to that. They're showing where their biggest carbon footprint is, which is the dairy. So why not get down? They have they're going all solar power at their factories and stuff. So if you can brag about that, let's try to actually get where it really counts. It makes sense. It's logical. Oh, that's already, Peter, what I plan on doing someday at some point when I settle down to open my restaurant. It's going to be zombie themed and, of course, vegan. Oh, and you just gave me I saw your question too up there right as you sent me the super chat, and I appreciate that super chat. Yeah, I would love to make a vegan zombie themed maybe a pizza shop. Yeah. Well, see, the thing is Ben and Jerry, although they were there, they don't own it anymore. They sold it. So they're just like consultants that go in every once in a while. I mean, Ben and Jerry's is worth $50 billion. They can make whatever kind of ice cream they want. So if they have the resources to make delicious vegan ice cream, then why not transition? I mean, you don't even really have to tell anyone. Just do it. Just phase out the dairy. Nobody will know the difference. Have you had the vegan fish food? It's next level. When do I go back west? I don't know. With things going the way they are right now, I have no idea, Ari, unfortunately. Fun fact, I've never had a non-vegan Ben and Jerry's. I never had Ben and Jerry's before I went vegan. I don't know if I ever heard of it before I went vegan. Does that make me old? I know they were around, but I don't remember ever seeing Ben and Jerry's. I think the restaurant would be better off, or be more successful at least, if obviously later on, like I would do it after the movie had already come out and all of that, when I was, if I ever am done making movies. But if I'm like, all right, we're or maybe, I don't know, just restaurants are like a really big commitment. If you're making a restaurant and you really want it to succeed, you kind of got to be there. And that's the one reason I don't. I liked, at one point I would have totally done it like that. And we even looked into it, like actually John and I. But with the commitment and everything, I wouldn't be able to do the other things that I love, like traveling and making videos and stuff like that. I'd be committed to being at the restaurant most of my time. Yeah, Ari, they're masking people up again over in California. And with that going on, just in case you're not, in case you don't know what that means for me, if I'm making a movie, I'm on a very low budget, very, very strict low budget, and I can't afford to see what I would have to do in order to do this, because this isn't like a run and gun movie that I'm making with a couple of friends where we're just doing, a scene here and a scene there. Well, this is gonna like a legit movie, like professionally made movie. So with things going the way they are right now, I would have to get everybody on set, cast and crew, uh, quick rapid tests every day before we shoot. And those are expensive. I think they're like $150 a person. I can't afford that. So because of what's going on, like my movie can't be made until this is over with. That's basically what I'm trying to say. I can't afford to do it until we know that this is not going to come back and we're good. We can actually do things without being masked up and tested. I thought of a food truck too, but that doesn't really. The thing about food trucks is it's really tricky, and a lot of them that have come out have failed. And a big reason for that is you gotta to try to get the certain permits to be in certain places is really hard, and certain cities only give out certain permits, and it's just like when we really looked in, like there's a couple of them that had a good spot and a good menu, and they still went under. And I won't say their names or anything, but it's just it's too much of a risk there. It really, Caustic, I guess it really has to do with what kind of restaurant it is. If it's just like a novelty restaurant where like whatever, there's a good chance that they would end up going under. But if it's something that everybody depends on or relies on, then you could actually thrive. I have a buddy that owned a tea shop, and when the pandemic hit, they went out of business, and he'd been around for almost 20 years. So, that was sad to see that happen, because, in a pandemic, people are still buying, necessary foods, but they're not necessarily going into like, a tea shop to socialize with people and stuff like that. A food slingshot. There you go. The first thing that Pizza Hut kid asked me when I opened the door and went outside, because I wanted to talk to him. I just didn't want to be like real quick. Nope. First thing he said is like, "Are they friendly?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, they won't bite. They're just loud. They will bite. If you're watching, they will bite." I don't know. What else we want to talk about here? Your tea shop got to sell all their teas at a local grocery store. I guess that's one way to do it, yeah. So what else did we talk about, or did we just end the stream right about now? What is it? We've been on an hour and 18 minutes. You just got Disney Plus. Yeah. Disney Plus. What there's Mandalorian, there's WandaVision, there's Loki. I just finished Loki. Disney Plus. Yeah, there's some good stuff on Disney Plus. You know who to ask for that? Ask Lisa, who was just in my video. Happiest vegan on earth. Oatly is good. Oatly is nice and creamy. The ice cream. What would be the name of my pizza place? Well, I did come up with a name many years ago, but somebody freaking took it. Somebody took it, and I don't want to say it now because I could easily make it the opposite. Just change the words the other way. But I kind of don't want to say it in case I ever really make it. If I say it right now, somebody's going to... The person that ordered those pizzas, they're going to make their own pizza place, and they're going to call it what I wanted to call it, and then they're going to make it an all-meat pizza place. So it's just not... I haven't started Black Widow yet. So I was confused because I'm just not up to like TV and everything. So Black Widow is not a movie that came out in the theater. Black Widow is another series that came out on Disney Plus. Is that correct? I wasn't sure if it was a movie or... Have I tried So Delicious ice cream? Have I tried So Delicious ice cream? That's one of the first ice creams that was out when I first went vegan. It was actually called Soy Delicious, and then they changed the name to So Delicious. Of course. Yes, I always loved the French vanilla. I used to make milkshakes with that ice cream all the time when I was a junk food vegan. I hope I'm not too loud in this microphone. I just realized I might be talking too loud. I hate when I go back and I watch a video and it's peaking and all that stuff. It was a movie in the theater. Oh, okay. So, yeah. Okay. So I can't watch it then. You got to pay $30 extra just to, I'm not going to do that. Original famous pizza? You paid because of Canada. Oh, we got this 237. Does that mean we're almost done with the stream? Hello from Florida. Hi. Where in Florida? Awesome. So Ralph gives a $2.37. I don't know if anybody else knows what that is unique to or what that's referring to. But planning another movie night Friday or Saturday. Yes, we need to make. I'm not sure what day we're going to do it. Possibly, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But I'm thinking Goonies will be the next one. It's a Goonies kind of feeling right now. So Peter's going to go on a very strict whole food plant-based diet. No oil, salt, or sugar. Be careful with the no salt. You need a little bit of salt to keep everything going. Unless you're doing dulse or something like that. You need that iodine. If you keep it under like, I think 1,500 milligrams per day, I think you'll be good. And that's not a lot at all, so. Crunching on a giant salad you made. That sounds good. I had a smoothie earlier, and I just used the last of my protein powder. I'm so sad. The Shining. You got it. Caustic got it. If you're watching the movie. If you're reading the book, do you know what number it's going to be if you're reading the book? Because it's not 237. I actually learned this. I didn't know because I didn't read the book, but I learned this when I... Oh, man. The last job I had, like, over 13 years ago, I was a special investigator, and when I went for training, I had to go to Loveland, Colorado, and I was there for a few weeks, and on the weekend, some other investigators and myself, we got in we rented a car and we went up. There's Estes Park, and then there's the Stanley Hotel from The Shining. This is where Stephen King got the inspiration to make the movie The Shining. So we visited the Stanley Hotel and we walked in, and it was like, anybody can just walk in and stuff. And we started just walking around, like we walked up the stairs and everything, and there was like a little group doing a tour, and it just happened to be room. Does anybody know the room? Ralph, you're close. It was room 217. And I still have, I don't know where I put it, but I have the little Stanley Hotel 217 like room number, like little metal piece. I have it around here somewhere. It's here somewhere. It's a little bit messy. And I asked the question. This is funny. They were talking about, like, the ghost, and like how there was the TV show Ghost Hunters came there and they stayed there at room 217, and this was the room from The Shining and everything. And I was like, no, it's not. The room from The Shining is 237. So I raised my hand and I'm like, wait, I thought it was room 237. And the guy looked at me and he goes, well, you would know if you actually paid to be in our tour group or something. And I had no idea because I just was wandering around and I kind of saw the tour group. So I just walked over and saw what they were doing. But I guess you had to pay to get in the tour group. I didn't know that. So he kind of called me out, me and the other investigator. He's like, yeah, well, if you paid for the group, you would have known at the beginning of the tour. I'm like, oh, right. Anyway, 217. Which, ironically, was the room I was staying in at the hotel I was at. So that kind of was freaky after that. I got a picture of myself leaning outside my door. I had short hair then. I had a buzz cut. And 217. Where do I get my top from? What do you mean? My top. The Cavalier on the Hill. Yeah, it's there's supposed to be ghosts like pretty much everywhere. Everybody's got ghost stories. Oh no, I'll never forget that number. I'm good with numbers. I still remember my phone number when I was a little kid and my best friend's phone number who moved away when I was like 10. Oh, wait. Let me go. Where do you get your top from? Oh, sure. This is from Tamerlane Farm Sanctuary. These are my friends in Montague, New Jersey. They have a animal sanctuary, and I'm good friends with them. So this is one of their shirts. How long have I had my long hair? It's about 8 or 9 years ago I decided to start growing it out. So I had about 8 or 9 years ago, I had a buzz cut, and then all of a sudden I decided to start growing it out. And then I only cut it once since. No, twice. I trimmed it once, and then I donated quite a bit about a year and a half ago. You want to see the new Ghostbusters movie? You live in Colorado. Do you live near Loveland? That's where I was. I was in Loveland in Denver. My friend was just in Denver a few hours ago. He's on his way driving to California from here. That's crazy. But he's sending me all these. You got to be kidding me. There's another delivery. Indy, come here. Guys. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here, Zeke. Come here. Come here. Come on. Stay right there. This is messed up. What's up, guys? Hang on a second. Hold on, let me go. So that's the third Meat Lovers pizza. Hold on a second here. Yeah, this is messed up, dude. I think I know who it is. And man, you made a mistake. If this is who I think it is, you made a mistake. I'm gonna get the cops involved too. Man, you should have never done that. It's messed up. Yeah, I mean, I have a guess of who a couple people that it could be, but yeah, it's messed up. Dude, you need to stop. Just stop. Stop doing this. It's not cool. People aren't getting their tips, and you're just wasting food. It's not funny. I got the phone number. It's messed up. They don't have to confirm anything. Thank you. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, I know, but there's really not. I mean, when I'm doing a live stream and I keep getting deliveries and knocks at my door, like with my dog barking and stuff, like there's not, it's a huge interruption, and this better stop. I know exactly where it's coming from. So let me see if I can. One large Meat Lovers pizza. Let me do some investigation stuff. Maybe somebody can be in jail at the end of the night. I'm just joking. What the heck? Sorry, guys. This is messed up. All right. If you're just joining us and you have no idea what's going on, somebody has found out my address and they keep sending pizza deliveries of Meat Lovers to my house. So, anyway. Anyway, I got the number. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't prepared to write out a note or anything to put that on the door. No, I'd rather answer it and get more evidence. I know that at least Pizza Hut has like caller ID when they call, so they could like see if it's actually the number that was given. Well, it's a different pizza place every time. It's been 3 different pizza places. They're not doing it from the same spot. I just took a picture of the receipt. It shows everything. Anyway. Wait, Wait, why does my stream say it's that I started streaming a minute ago? Did I lose connection? Does this make the stream more interesting? Will Chris get pranked again by the end of the stream or no? I mean, it's not funny. It's not like, oh, I got you. It's like, what are you even doing? Like, is that entertaining? Like, it's not. There's somebody else here now. I don't know if it's the same guy. It might be the same guy. Oh, yeah, he's leaving. And he's a little late on that one. He didn't realize that he was just leaving, and he's been here the whole time. Anyway. Anyone want to put bets? Will it happen again before the stream's over? Is it somebody from this stream? I'm pretty certain. Why would they do it and not watch the stream? They're probably watching, waiting for another one to come. Of course. Whoever's watching it is the one doing it. I mean, the one doing it is probably watching it. Let me put it that way. You guys are all like, I didn't do it. What is my chest measurement since I wear a medium in order to gauge sizes? I wear a small. This is a small. I don't know what my chest sizes are. Usually, I have all my shirts are small. When it comes to hoodies, I wear like a medium. All of my t-shirts are small. Well, let me see. I was trying to search it, but I'm maybe. Yeah, I don't. Anyway. Oh, wait, which hoodies? Like, the shirt-like hoodies I still wear a small, but the actual thicker hoodies I wear a medium. Wait, what the heck's this? Hold on. Okay, now I'm just like paranoid. I just saw somebody in my driveway, but it was just a couple people walking down the street. I got the camera pulled up now. This is the beginning of a very scary movie. No, I don't wear a medium in the shirt hoodies. I wear, because those are all kind of the same. So I wear a small in all of those. But if you're talking about an actual hoodie, I normally wear a medium because my problem is I'm tall and I hate when you go one size up and it just, all it does is get bigger that way. Like, I'm tall, so I want my shirt to be a little bit longer. So when I find a shirt that's a little bit longer, that's what I like because I have a long body, I guess. I don't like the ones that are, you wash them once and then, it goes up so like you can see your underwear and stuff. I don't like that. In case, yeah, you got, so thanks, Lolly. But yeah, I'm, just so you guys know, like, I'm completely 100% fine. Like, I'm not bothered or anything. It's just annoying. It's like, first of all, you're cheating these guys out of a tip. Second of all, you're wasting food. You're using the meat lover, that's just pathetic. I mean, it's not funny. I know you're doing this to get your thrills off and think it's funny that, you did this on a live stream, but BMX shirt work? What do you mean? Are they longer? Long torso? I found a couple that I really like, but the problem is I only got a couple of them. I like the shirts that I print on because they tend to be my favorite kind. They feel good, they fit good, and I put them on. I kind of stretch them a little bit longer when they I don't dry mine in the dryer. I wash them, and then I take them on. I kind of stretch them a little bit, and then I kind of hang them up. But yeah, I'm fine, guys. The pizza man always ranks twice. That's so weird, AJ, because as soon as I read title of the movie, like my brain kind of finished your sentence before I read it. The pizza man always ranks twice. Yeah, if you're gonna order me a pizza, at least make a vegan one, you know? If they're like, "Oh, we got this vegan one." It was like the first one. The first one that came here, I didn't ask any questions. I'm like, "No, you got the wrong address." Second one was like, I had my suspicions. I'm like, "What kind of pizza is it?" And they're like, "Meat lovers." I'm like, I'm being trolled right now." Because I'm streaming. I told the pizza, I'm like, I'm streaming right now, and I'm vegan, so they're trolling me. And then the last guy, I predicted it. I'm like, what kind of pizza is it? He's like, oh, let me check. I'm like, is it Meat Lovers? He's like, oh yeah, yep. Yeah, obviously they're not paying for them. They're just ordering them to be delivered and purchased there. Yeah, prank calls are so 1990s, 80s, 90s. What's caller ID? Yeah, I don't know how many. There is, I think there's one more pizza place around. Well, I shouldn't even say that, Mo. I don't even know the one that was just here. I don't even know where they are. I don't know who they are. The Pizzaman Chainsaw Massacre. Star 69, yeah. It's the number they're calling from isn't anywhere around here either, so stranger in the house. Yeah, to catch you up veganly, somebody has ordered 3 pizzas from different pizza places and Meat Lovers pizzas and delivered them to my house during this live stream. I'm gonna have to change the. I'm changing the title of this while I keep it up here. I don't know if that's the right term. I get pizza swatted. There we go. I don't know if I'll find out who it is. I'll try. Well, the cameras don't really matter right now because it's not like the pizza people's fault. That's just showing me if another one pulls up in the driveway. But I was a special investigator for 8 years, so I'm gonna try to figure out who this is. You can see the reflection in my eyes for the camera out there. Anyway, what else is going on? I feel like this has consumed a lot of the live stream. Anyway, did everybody watch my latest video? We'll talk about that for a minute. When I was in California, I went to I actually met the owners the night before, a couple nights before, at Little Pine Restaurant. There was a get together that I was invited. The owner of Little Pine invited me, and I met Tina and Jade Nicole, who are the two of the owners of Sugar Taco, and they invited us to go and try out the Ghost Taco. Well, just come by and eat the food there, but then they mentioned the Ghost Taco, and we're like, oh yeah, we'll totally have to eat the Ghost. I wasn't gonna eat it, but super hottest taco in LA. So if you haven't seen it yet, definitely go check that out. If you're gonna order pizza, at least order a vegan pizza and make sure it's already paid for. You don't believe it's the hottest vegan taco? Yeah, they didn't confirm that is the truth or not, but I don't consider non-vegan things to be food, so it's very probable that it could be. If you look at all the vegan places in California, or in LA at least, it could be the hottest taco. Oh, what just happened? That's weird. Okay. Double sliced peppers. Extra mushrooms, no, that would be just as bad. Adam looked like he could be my brother, really? I don't see it. Yeah, Trini, that's exactly what happened. Well, what am I supposed to do? Just like stop my stream? I mean, you could tell I was mad the first time I realized that I was being, sorry for swearing and everything. Maybe my video will be taken down. My least favorite plant-based food. Well, technically mushrooms are not a plant. But if I could say that they were a plant, yes, it would be mushrooms. But other than that, I'm not really sure what my least favorite plant-based food would be. I've already, well, I've already said that I don't really like. Well, you know what I don't like? I don't like seaweed. It's too fishy tasting, and I love vegan sushi if it's made right, but sometimes that seaweed, it's just too. I can't chew it. I can't. I start gagging, and I don't like that. So probably seaweed, which sucks because it's really good for you. Loaded veggie, no onions. I like onions. Except for I always had a thing about onion rings, okay? I loved eating onion rings, but then all of a sudden, like, the onion would come out and I couldn't eat it. And so I would just eat the breading. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm just eating and I just did that recently with, like, some vegan onion rings. That first couple bites were good, and then all of a sudden, got that onion that just slides out, and Alfalfa sprouts are your least favorite vegan food. I mean, yeah, I mean, part of me wants to be like, oh, well, it's just like a prank. But the other part of me is like, who is playing around with my address? Like, I mean, come on. Like, if you want to prank me, do it in a different way. Don't go to my home. That's not cool. Luckily, I'm pretty calm and level-headed as far as like I don't. I mean, things like that don't scare me. They don't make me nervous or anything like that. I mean, yeah, I'm not. I'm sure that would really worry some people to the point where they'd probably, call the police or something. But I mean, I've had, I guess I've just had really bad things happen that this is really nothing compared to. And I know a couple of you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, seaweed. I don't really like eggplant either. I mean, when I made the Gordon Ramsay eggplant steak, okay, yeah, that was legit good. But mostly like I had a pizza the other day that had eggplant on it, and I just picked it all off. I love olives. Olive martini. That's funny because when Indy was a little baby, um, this is like 10 years ago, almost 11. My girlfriend at the time was babysitting some little kids, and um, they had a German Shepherd, which, to be honest, like Indy was just a little dog at that time, little pup. And he got to see this big German Shepherd, which at the time, I mean, now looking back, Indy might be bigger than this dog was, but at the time, like the dog looked like huge. Like I've never seen a German Shepherd that big, and it kind of just walked over Indy, and Indy goes wah, wah, and but the dog's name was Olive Martini, which was kind of funny. Did you hear that? Probably not. JS, no, this has never happened before. In fact, I've never got anything delivered to the house. I've never had pizza ever delivered here, ever. Um, Sometimes Rachel gets DoorDash. I can't justify that. I'd rather just go to the store. That was loud. Did you hear that? Day drinker dog name. Oh yeah, you heard it. Okay, yeah, it was loud. There's another one. Well, I can't believe you guys can hear that on my microphone here. It's something's going on out there. It's like a M80 or something. You guys remember those? Please go investigate. My camera turned off. There's another one. Really loud. Jared it again? What? Oh, heard it again. Sorry, sometimes I just read what you write. I don't know. I mean, it could be fireworks or it could be the beginning of a zombie apocalypse, maybe a shotgun or something. I don't really live around a high crime area right now. I'm at least probably 8 or 10 miles from the high crime areas where that stuff happens all the time. I used to live in a high crime area where, hey, it's New Year's, boom, somebody was shot right down my block. You've heard fireworks every night since the 4th. Somebody bought a little too many fireworks. the zombie army to patrol the perimeter. I mean, I got a couple dogs right now, and they're really good at letting me know what's going on. I'm the kind of person that goes right out in the fray, you know? Like some people, when they hear a ghost or see something unexplainable, they get really scared and like, I'm out of here. For me, I'm the opposite. I'm like, show yourself now! I challenge you! And then people think I'm crazy and that makes them scared. And I'm like, I just gotta have proof. Like if it's a ghost, I need him to come show himself or herself or itself or whatever. Just get out here. Okay. A little bit too much there. Sorry. Just look out a window. Well, in order for me to look out a window, I got to get up and go to the other room and peek out the window. Like right here, there's a window right here, but there's a big tree and a neighbor's house, and there's a window over there, but it's my backyard. It's all dark, and I can't see anything. Exactly, Sabrina. Same with me. I'm calm in bad situations. Like I saw somebody got shot right in front of me, and I just kind of like stood there and was like, okay, that really happened. Which wasn't very smart because my friend next to me was like, get down, man. Get down. I need a crow. No, I don't. I don't need more noises going off in the house already. I'll be in the middle of a dead sleep and Indy will bark as loud as he does. I'll be like, gah! Oh yeah, Stacy, you totally missed it. I got pizza swatted 3 times. So that means somebody ordered a meat lover's pizza to my house 3 times. Delivery knocked on my door. Next time, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go live for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna stop it. And then randomly, I'll go live again another time. But if they come to my house at that point, somebody already called them in, then they'll get here when I'm not live anymore, and they won't get the satisfaction of any of that. And then that's what I'll do next time. Because I committed to this one. We are live for 2 hours now. 2 hours. But I feel like I'm good tonight. Like, I mean, as far as I already got a video done today, so I feel like today was productive, at least, you know, doing a live stream, already uploaded my video, and got a couple social media posts going. For me, that's my job, so like I need to do these things. You want to hear the story of when somebody got shot? I'm pretty sure I already told it once before, but um, okay, it was August 24th, 2000 and I think 6, going into August 25th because it was really late. It was like 1:30 in the morning. And it was my friend's birthday, and I was down in Armory Square, which is downtown Syracuse. And again, going back to earlier in the stream, I'm straight edge, so I'm the one that doesn't drink. And I don't like to go out to bars or anything like that. You won't catch me going there unless for some reason I have to show up. And for this reason I had to show up. It was my buddy's birthday, and I was invited. So I went there. And you know, they were all drinking, and here's an example. We went in there, and when I went to meet up with them, you know, they were already pretty drunk, and there was a magician, just this kid doing magic tricks and just blowing their minds away. And my buddy's like, no, do it to him because he will figure it out because he doesn't drink. He's not drinking. So I'm like, all right, yeah. So he did this magic trick with me, and I'm like, I'm blown away how he did it. I didn't know how he did it. It was my mission to find out how he did it. And I have since found out how he did it. And now I do that magic trick to other people because it is pretty cool. It's with a couple rubber bands. So anyway, by this time it's about 1:30 in the morning, and things start closing down around 2. And people are, you know, nice and drunk. So I did go with 2 other friends that were not drinking. It was me and my 2 other friends. And we decided there was one place that we were going to check if they would make us a vegan pizza. Normally they would make a tomato pie. Sometimes we would go to this place and get a tomato pie, which is just a pizza with sauce. And that's what we wanted to order. However, this time of night, it's really busy with everybody. They just get done at the bar. They want to go eat, and there's big lines to get pizza. So we went over there to get some pizza, and they said that, they're too busy. They're not going to make a special pizza for us. So we're like, all right. So we walk outside of that place, and now I see a guy and a girl walk out of that pizza shop, which was also like a sit-down kind of a bar next to it. Maybe not a bar, but a sit-down dining area. They came out of that, and there was this other guy that was like walking in front of them that was visibly trying to fight them. He's like, come on, let's go. And the other guy's like, the guy with the girl was like, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight you. And he's like, no, we're fighting. Let's go. And the dude takes a swing at him. And then the guy and the girl, they pepper spray him, mace him, whatever, right in the face, boom. And then they put their mace away and they calmly start. I remember, I've got a photographic memory, so I remember everything everybody was wearing, the camo shorts, everything. So they kept walking across the street, and I'm just standing here because everyone around me is drunk, and I'm just like being me, like observing what's going on, and I'm seeing what's going on, and I'm watching like a hawk. I'm just watching to see what happens. The guy got maced, and the other 2 are just calmly walking away. And the guy that got maced, he's like, this other guy comes out, which turned out to be like a bouncer. And he's like, whoa, what happened? He's like, oh, they maced me. He's like, who did it? He's like, I can't see. So finally he's like, just open your eyes quick. Just try to look. So he's like, I can't. He's like, those guys right there. And he's like, let's get them. So they start marching back at him. Boom, boom, boom. Now they're like, I was like kind of like standing on this side of the street. They were on the other side of the street. They started out on this side of me. Now they're like right across from me on the street. And the streets are like a small street, so it's not like very big at all. They're not far from me. And they're in front of this other bar. And the dude comes back over to him, and he grabs him by the head. And the dude pulls out his mace again to mace him. And the other guy grabs his mace and throws it out of his hand and grabs him like this. And he starts punching him in the head. Boom, boom, in the head, boom. And the guy getting punched in the head pulls out a gun. And he puts it up to him right here and he shoots him. Boom, right here. And the dude backs away and he's like, you shot me. And then he starts walking over, and he walks over right by where I'm standing. Now, right when he got shot, like my friend's like, what are you doing? Get down. Like, because I'm just like watching at this point. And like, it didn't seem like a threat or anything. And the guy that shot him sat down on the stairs, and he disassembled his gun, and he just sat there like this. And the other guy kind of like stumbles over right to us, and he kind of falls on the ground, and my friend was like holding him like this, and he turned him around to see if there was an exit wound, and there was. So the bullet went right through him. And then the cops got there, and they all arrested that guy, and then they ended up, putting this guy in an ambulance, and they sectioned off the whole area with tape. And it turned out that, I just stood there and I was watching. Everybody was telling the cops like what happened, but they weren't telling what happened. They were all drunk, and they were saying something that never happened. They were all saying like, yeah, the guy was flailing his gun around, just shooting everywhere, and he shot the guy. And that's not what happened. And nobody was telling the truth of what happened. And I went over, I go, I can tell you what happened. They're like, well, we don't need any more statements. And I'm like, all right, And then this other kid comes over to me, and he asked, did any of you see what happened? And I looked at him, and I go, I know you. I went to school with you. And he didn't remember me. I go, no, you were in my science class in high school. And he's like, oh, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I'm like, okay, well, we had this teacher together, like whatever. I was quiet in school anyway, so yeah, I'm not surprised. But anyway, he's like, do you know what happened? And I'm like, yeah, I know exactly what happened. And I told him, and he's like, can I get your name and everything? Because nobody's like, he's like, the guy that shot the other guy is my brother. And I'm like, oh shit, you know? So anyway, long story short, this is back when I was working in security at Target. And then I got a call like a month later, and it was a private investigator, and he wanted to know if he could get my testimony for what happened. And I told him every detail I remembered. And when I say every detail, the clothes that they were wearing, the shorts, the shirts, everything that they wore, everything. And then I got subpoenaed to court. Because the guy that shot him was looking at like 10 years in prison. But the thing was, is it was totally self-defense. And he had a plate in his head because he got attacked years ago. And so he had a metal plate in his head. And when the guy was punching him in the head, after he tried to get away from the fight several times, maced him and then tried to get away, he was getting punched in the head, which could have killed him. So he shot him. And he carried the gun legally. And the girl with him was his sister. And he was the older brother of a kid that I went to school with. So I got subpoenaed, and everybody was looking at, like, they were all lying about what happened, like that, saying that he was like being belligerent and throwing his gun around and just started shooting at people, and he shot him. And like, that's not what happened. So they put me on the stand, and I didn't see anybody in the courtroom. Like, I was like tunnel vision. So I didn't even see the guy that was there. And it turns out the other guy was like, he committed a lot of crimes. The guy that got shot committed a lot of crimes. But I mean, that obviously doesn't really matter. He was looking for a fight. But anyway, they asked me, the DA started asking me all these questions, and I told him is, you know, to the best of my recollection, which was like almost 100% perfect to what was, you know, what everything was going on. And then he tried to stump me. He goes, okay, so you're saying this is what happened. He's like, so the guy came over like this, and he went like this, and he pulls out his gun like this, and he puts it up to him, and he shoots him. And I'm like, well, kind of, but he didn't do it like you did. You used your left hand, and I said he used his right hand, because he did. He used his right hand. And he shot the guy right here, and his left right here. And he's like, okay, that's all. And so basically my testimony kind of saved this guy from going to jail. And then all those years later, like, I finally found the dude on Facebook, and I wrote to him, and I was like, hey, is your brother so-and-so? Because I wasn't sure. I just wanted, like, is your brother? And I was very curious about that, because I never heard anything ever, years and years later. And then he wrote a whole like paragraph back to me, and he's like, Chris, I can't tell you how thankful I am for you, and I think about it every day. And what you did, like, I mean, I would have been in prison, and like, they were lying about so many details, and if it wasn't for you being there, like, who knows what would have happened. And you know, just thank you. There's not a day that goes by that I don't think about what, you know, I'm so thankful that you were there, kind of thing. And that made me feel good, because this wasn't like a senseless shooting. This was self-defense. This was like, if any case of self-defense, this was a self-defense shooting. And I felt like I definitely would have wanted somebody that was not drunk, that could recollect the real facts if I was in his position. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I mean, after that, I was like, I felt good about it, but you know, I've never heard from him again. But that's the story. Happened quite a while, well, 15 years ago. So, what are we even talking about? Are we talking about other things in the thing while I'm telling a story? It's like, shut up, Chris. By the way, the guy that got shot is completely fine. I guess he's bragged about it. He survived. I guess he committed a couple robberies afterwards. But I don't know anything as of late, so I don't know. How about that? Any other requests before I go, or does people want to do people want to get going now? We've been on here for over 2 hours. Don't shut up, tell you stories. Okay. I've got a lot of them, really, but I don't know which ones I should or shouldn't tell. I got stories that I can't tell, and then I got stories that I shouldn't tell. And these stories would probably garner a lot of views, but I can't. So I have this persona of vegan zombie, and that's what you know me as. I don't own a cape. I was more of a Spider-Man than a Superman. I wanted to be Spider-Man when I grew up. What made me film the Gary speech? I met him and I went out to dinner with a bunch of people and Gary, and he was telling a bunch of his stories, and he said something about he was doing several other speeches, and every time he gets somebody to say they'll film him for him, they always back out. And I said, well, if you're ever in the New York area, let me know and I'll come film you. And he's like, I'll take you up on that. And I'm like, okay, well, when you're in New York, he goes, I should be there in March. And I'm like, okay, well, when you know where you're going to be, I'll be there and I'll film it. So he told me, on March 14th, I will be at a community school in Harlem, New York. And I was like, all right, I'll be there. And I went there and I filmed him. And that's the most viewed video on this channel. The Gary Yourofsky speech. It's a great speech, whether you're vegan or not. Well, I'll leave it for another time, but I'll tell you this. The shooting that I saw that night was not the worst thing that happened. Something else happened even worse after that, if you can even fathom that. But yes, it did. But if you remind me another time, I will tell you. You told Richard and Ryan what happened. Oh, is Vegan Games live right now too? Thank you. I'm glad you guys like I've not to, talk myself up, but like I've always been complimented on the way I tell a story, because literally somebody can tell a story in like 2 sentences, and I'm like, no, let me tell it. Okay, the wind was blowing. It was kind of dark and the leaves were rustling. You got to paint the picture of how I felt when this happened. And somebody else is like, no. Listen, the pizza guy came, knocked on the door, and just gave you a pizza. That was it. But you didn't give all the details to let somebody else know how you felt. That's how you tell a real story. You gotta be detailed, right? That's how you tell a real story. More security guard stories. Oh my God, I have so many of those. Yeah. I didn't make Gary famous. Gary was already pretty famous. He would go to college. He had other best speech ever videos. So he already had a best speech ever video, but he wanted to do the new improved one where he had some new information, and he also made it a little shorter than the other one because, let's face it, like it's better if you watch all this information condensed into 45 minutes rather than an hour and 15 minutes. So he had his new presentation that he wanted to do, and that's why he wanted to refilm one of these. So I was the one that filmed his best speech ever with his new information and more condensed. And if you watch that video, he's also got a Q&A, which you can click on another video that I have. I did them separately, but we have a Q&A that he did. So yeah, no, I didn't make him famous. I'll make you famous. Was that from Young Guns? I'll make you famous, Wild Bill. You only like the demon stories. Well, Travis, I've got a story for you. 1861 was the year. Salem, Massachusetts was the place. It was a late night on an... Okay, that's it. I was joking. I can't tell you that story. It's just, it brings back too many memories. And I was a lot younger back then too, so I could write books. You know, I hate writing, but when I start writing, I like when I wrote my movie, like it just all, and then when I was done, I just was like, I never want to write again. So I hate writing, but when I start doing it, like I have so many ideas that they just flow. Kind of like Karl Popper, they just flow. Oh, they're both live right now. Should I go so they can get more attention? Do I believe in ghosts, Chris? Do I believe in ghosts? Okay, so I'm like Mulder. I want to believe, but I don't. I'm too skeptical. And there's other things that I think are more plausible than a ghost. And some of those things might be ripping the fabric of space-time, maybe another dimension, maybe aliens, maybe something like that. To me, that's more plausible than a ghost. Maybe there's somebody time traveling. Maybe there's somebody going through a different dimension and you see it as a ghost. And I want to believe in ghosts because I love horror. I love the paranormal. I love all that stuff. But do I actually? No, I don't. I'm willing to believe, but that's why I'm always like, when something like ghost-like happens, I'm always like, instead of running, I'm like, show yourself, like I'm the one that, like, if they're like, oh my God, I just saw something at the bottom of those stairs in that cellar in the dark, I'll be like, all right, I'll go down there. I'm that guy that will just walk right down there. Can we time travel? We can in our mind. Like right now, it's 1982, June, hot summer day. I'm in a movie theater. What movie am I going to go see? Don't say it. Don't say it, AJ. I've had some really creepy things happen. Believe me. And just recently I did. Maybe now that you know I don't believe, I could tell you what happened. Do I believe in reincarnation? I don't know. It's something that I want to believe. Like, I don't want to believe what I do believe. Because it's scary, kind of. You're right, AJ. It is E.T. I have done ghost investigation videos, or I've done similar, but I've helped somebody else film a paranormal ghost video. But yeah, like that's the kind of stuff that I love, and I would love to do it because, although I don't believe, I would love to be proven wrong because that's the kind of stuff that intrigues me. Okay, I'm just going to tell it. There's a story that I was going to tell about a month ago, and then I decided not to because I didn't want you guys to think I was crazy, but I'm going to tell it. Now that you know that I don't believe in these things, and I'm very skeptical, I know that there's weird happenings that happen all over the world that we still don't know that, who knows? We don't know everything. There's so many things that we don't know. So anyway, it was 4 a.m. It was actually 3:57. And we just had a tornado warning. My phone, beep, emergency warning, and it was a tornado warning where I live. Now we get these, it's not completely uncommon, but it's very rare. So like we might have a tornado warning every 5 to 10 years here. Back in, what year was it? Now I forget what year it was. Maybe late 90s, there was a really bad microblast and it killed a couple people, and I was in the middle of it, and it was the worst storm I've ever been. Trees were falling down, and we were in a car up by Syracuse University. The rain came down so hard that we couldn't see anything. We had to abandon the car and get out, and like if we didn't, big trees were going to fall on us. And we ran into the SU dorm had a shelters at the bottom, and that's where we went. We actually went there, and it was called the microblast, and it tore everything down. The whole Syracuse area had like no power. Some people had no power for like over a week. Trees were down everywhere on lines. It was called the microblast. I don't remember what year it was, but somebody died at the state fair. It was like a tornado everywhere. And luckily we haven't had one of those happen since, but so that was over 20 years ago. But we did have something happen like last month that was the tornado warning, which no tornado touched down where I live in my neighborhood, but it got really bad and windy and stuff. And afterwards it was super calm. And I went outside with my dog, with Indy. And normally I take him out back, and normally I have him on a leash, on like a little lead. But it's 4 a.m. There's no cars around. There's nobody out. So I took him out front, so he could go potty before I went to bed. And he's not on a leash, so he kind of starts going towards the road. I'm like, no, get back here, get back here. So I decided, I'm like, all right, I'll walk over where you are, and you kind of stay where you are. And as I went over there, out of the corner of my eye, I see something right down the street in my line of view. And it was like, I feel weird even saying what I think it was, because like, I don't believe, but like, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, it's this, I've never seen an animal like it. It was low to the ground, and it was really long, and it was white, and it was moving in a way that I've never seen any animal. And I mean, not only the animals that I've seen in person, but seeing it like, on TV and, National Geographic, like I've never seen, I don't know what it was. And it was moving in a way that it was like a very eerie movement, and it was about to leave my point of view because there's kind of like a curve that goes around where the road goes. So what did I do immediately? I ran as fast as I could towards it while my phone was out trying to get the camera on so I could take a picture. And it just, before my eyes, it just dissipated. It disappeared. It disappeared right before my eyes. And I knew that, like, I can't tell anybody this because nobody's going to believe me. I wouldn't believe me if I told myself this. I literally just stood in the middle of the road. I looked back at my dog in India, and he was standing at attention, like, what's going on? His ears were straight up. He's like, boom, looking right at me, like, what's going on? And I'm just looking down the road, just standing there. I just stopped running because it disappeared. And I'm like, I know what I saw. I'm not crazy. I don't do drugs. Like, what the heck just happened? And then I was talking to Rachel about it, and she was like looking stuff up, and she's like, well, they say that, she's like, what I found, and this sounds scary, but what they say is sometimes if there's a really bad storm, it can open something up. And you guys ever hear of skinwalkers? There's a whole documentary on it. I mean, that's what I feel like I saw, but like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. The other thing that was weird is because I went for a walk before this happened. Here's the other thing that was eerie about this. So a lot of people that know me know that I go for night walks. I go for walks at, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. Look at some of my live streams I do. I do them while I'm out for a walk right before the sun comes up. I'm a night owl, and I'll usually take the dogs with me. So right after the storm ended, I went for a walk, and I didn't bring the dogs with me. I just went for a walk, and I was on the phone talking about my movie. And as I was walking, like, I've been doing this since I lived here, like literally almost 11 years. I always go for walks. I've never, ever, one time ever felt the way that I did. I felt uneasy. There was something weird, even in my own neighborhood. Like, I had to take one of my because I have like these ear pods that I put in my ear when I'm walking. And I had to take one of them out just to be a little bit more alert because something seemed eerie. And then I get down to the end of where I walk, and then I cut through, and I'm in like this, kind of like a strip mall where they have a drugstore and a post office, and it's well lit, and it's by a main road. And I normally walk around there as I, brainstorm things for the movie or ideas for my channel. And I walked around there for a little bit, and as I usually come home the same way. And for some reason, it just something felt off and eerie. And I decided to go the main road home with all the lights, that was well lit and more traffic. And I don't know why I thought that, but that's what I did. And then there was something else that happened after, and I don't remember what it was, but a weird coincidence. Anyway, that's what I saw. I was so hesitant for a month to tell you guys because I didn't want you guys to think I was crazy, but that's my story. I know what I saw. It was very unsettling, and it just disappeared. So, anyway. The one thing they also say is if you see one, don't look at it because it'll, this is a myth. I don't know if it's a myth or the lore or whatever. It'll attach itself to you in a demonic way and it'll try to kill you. It'll always come at you. And what did I do? I ran at it. So when I see things like that, like I immediately want confirmation of what something was. And I thought I had it right there because I didn't know what it was. So what did I do? I ran at it so I knew that I could get a better look at whatever it was. Leaving my dog off his leash in the middle of the yard. And you know what he did? He just stood up and looked at me. He's like, I'm not going over there. What are you doing? Is there something weird in my neighborhood? There was something else that I saw in my neighborhood years ago, and I don't know what it was. And again, I chased after it, but I was in my car this time. So yeah, there's a few different things that I saw in my neighborhood. And even in this house right here. Things that I can't explain. And I was talking to my neighbors about it because my neighbors have lived here since before I was born. So they told me all the details. They told me about the people that lived here before me. And, oh, that was the other thing. Here's the other thing. So here's the other thing that plays into it. And this is really freaking weird. And it probably has nothing to do with it. But the coincidence of it, it makes for a better story. And you be the judge of it. Okay, so for some of you that already know this, the people that live right next door to me, the guy's a blacksmith, and this is a couple months ago, like about a month and a half ago, we noticed that there was a bunch of police there one morning right next door. And then we found out from my other neighbor that's been living here, because there's a website on my neighborhood, that it was a person that broke into the house and stole some of his tools. And they have a picture of the person, and the person was wearing a backpack and nothing else, completely naked. Okay? Completely naked. So they never found out who the guy was. When I was in LA, Rachel lives here as well. And it was like 4 a.m. and she said Indy started barking like crazy. So she went to her window to look at what he was barking at. And that naked guy was right outside my window, right outside in the middle of my lawn, just looking up at the window. And she opened the window and she goes, what the? And he just looked up like with these, she said his eyes were just like, they were just scary looking, or they could have been on drugs or whatever. But he ran, and so she thought he took off. So for whatever reason, Rachel, 5', Rachel, 100 pounds, whatever, she opens the door. Which I'm like, why would you do that? She opens the door and Indy gets out. And he runs right to the side of the house where the guy is. And the guy starts running down the driveway and Indy's running at him. Good thing my dog's such a good boy because he stopped at the end of the driveway and the guy just took off. Now, I'm not saying that this is what happened, but this would make for a good story, wouldn't it? They never found out who this guy was. He never spoke a word. He never said anything, but he was naked both times. And they say that a skinwalker can transform into a human, but not be able to really talk or try to be able to replicate whoever they took over or whoever they mimicked. And of course, they wouldn't be wearing clothes. I mean, that makes for a scary story, doesn't it? Because it happened right when this happened. Like, this happened, like, literally days after this happened. I'm not saying that that's what, don't, Chris is crazy. Like, I'm not saying that that's the cause or whatever, but it makes for a good horror story based on, like, some of the facts. You put some of the facts together, you mix and match them, you come up with your own. I mean, that's what happened. So, anyway. That's why I didn't want to say anything. I'm like, you guys are going to think I'm crazy. How brave. Yeah. Well, Indy's not brave, okay? Indy, if somebody shows up here, Indy's like brave. Indy will bark, 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 bark. But if a door in my house closes by itself, he's like Scooby-Doo. He's like, oh my God, I need to get in your lap. Oh my God. You know, like that's how my dog is. Like literally, if the wind blows something, he's like, oh my God. But if somebody like steps on a foot on my property, he's like, rawr, 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 rawr. How long? We're going on 3 hours, 2.5 hours here. Yeah, I could totally write some pretty crazy movies with everything that goes on in my head. Like I'm always like, what if? What happens when we die? I don't know. How would I know the answer? I know what I believe, but I don't know. I mean, I almost died a couple times. You guys heard those stories. So when I almost died, my life flashed before my eyes. Everything went white, not black. It went white. And that was it. Then I woke up. I did a 5-hour live stream. There was years ago when I was in California, and I think I did a 7 or 8-hour live stream. How long have my dogs been vegan? Well, I've had Zeke for only about 2 years, so 2 years for Zeke. He's like 3.5. Indy has been vegan since about 10 years. So yeah, almost 10 years. He's about he's about 10 and a half. So he's been plant-based for about 9.5. It was about a year. More stories. I don't even know what to name this live stream anymore. Your buddy went to a funeral and saw the same guy in the coffin standing off to the side with an older man beside him. No idea what to make of that. Does he have a twin? What are the native tribes from the Syracuse area? Onondaga. Yeah, the small town that I live in was Chittenango is an Indian name. That's where I grew up. And we have Onondaga. The name of the roads where I live: Tuscarora, Cayuga. When I went to Standing Rock a few years ago with all the tribes everywhere, all of the Native American tribes, and even like some from South America even. And I got to see the actual, we represented, we brought the Onondaga flag. Yeah, that's right, plant-based power. That was when I got electrocuted, where everything went white. Yeah, I mean, like, if you get me going, I've got a lot of stories. I just, sometimes I don't know what to talk about, and if nobody really asks certain questions, then I don't, nothing lights up here, and I'm like, I don't know what you guys want to hear. So some streams are, I guess, are more interesting than others. But I always got to remember, like, I've got all these stories, but at the same time, like I'm talking to, like, I don't know anybody. Like, I only see you guys in here. Like, I don't know who's watching my streams. So I try to, like, not reveal too much, but, you know, interesting things where I'm not revealing too much of myself. So apparently the guy that lived here died here, where I live. And when I first moved in here, there was some weird things. But so here's my theory. If I'm willing to suppress my reality, suspend my reality, and believe in ghost, and I would say, okay, if there is a ghost here, I mean, because I think of all these scenarios. Like, what if there is? Do I believe it? Probably not. But if there was, weird things were happening here when I moved in. So what I'm thinking is, you know, whenever that would happen, I would always be like, well, like, you know, show yourself. I challenge you, right? Like, I don't know if ghosts like that, or if they're like, okay, I can't do anything to you, so or I'm the new owner of the house, and now, you know, at first they didn't like that, but now they're like, okay, we accept you, and we're not, like, I haven't seen really much go on here as far as weird shit like that. Weird stuff like that. And but when I rented my house out, I rented this house out for about a few years ago, and one of the tenant that lived here, she text messaged me and said, this is really weird. I feel weird even asking you this, but you ever hear anything weird happen here? I'm like, I didn't want her to move out, so I'm like, oh no, nothing. Why? What do you mean? She's like, well, I'm the only one here, and I hear somebody running up and down the stairs like really loud, and I'm like, oh, no, I mean, maybe it's your dog. I don't. No, it's not my dog. My dog's sitting right here with me. Yeah, weird stuff like that. But maybe that's what my dog. Oh, and then the light, the video that I have of that weird light around my shoulder. I got that on video camera surveillance footage. So, I mean, I don't have enough time to tell you all the other stories going through my brain, but I love that kind of stuff. Like, I love scary horror stuff. I like to be scared, and not too much scares me. Maybe that's why I'm like seeking a thrill of being scared, because I always loved that feeling when I was a little kid. And I know not everybody likes it, but I do. It's like a nostalgia effect for me. And like, that's why I love horror. That's why I love, you know, zombies and vampires and like all, you know, Halloween stuff and fall and all that kind of stuff. It's because I just love that stuff. And it's hard for me to find something scary. So when I do, like, it's very rare. So if anybody knows like a really scary movie, let me know. Was the light from my remote? I don't think. No, the remote wasn't doing anything. The remote was just sitting there. There's no way it could have been from the remote. I was sleeping. Vegan Jesus. You can't be scared and bored at the same time. Well, yeah, if you're preoccupied with being scared, you're definitely not bored. I'm bored sitting here waiting for Jason to come slash me apart, you know? I mean, I'm pretty scared, but I'm a little bit bored. Yeah, it just doesn't work, does it? Oh, is that Freddy again? Come on in, I'm asleep. Yeah, I don't think so. Alien abduction. So that was the other thing I was going to talk about, but I just don't have time right now, and I don't want everybody else to think I'm crazy already for telling you the other stories. We got skinwalkers. No, you know what? I've never actually seen Suspiria. I know what it is, but I never watched it. Earthlings is a very scary movie, a pretty scary movie. I've never seen that either. The new Suspiria has Tom York. I mean, I used to really like Radiohead until I don't I after was it OK Computer or Carmen Police? I just didn't like it anymore. I don't know. I only like a couple songs by them. I used to like them, but I don't know. I don't really anymore. I think my favorite Radiohead song would be Fake Plastic Trees. Yeah, landline phones. Yeah, I used to. There was a way where you could call your own if you had two of them. You did a certain number, you hang it up, and then it had this high pitched sound, and then you hang it up again, and then it rings. I used to try to scare my little brothers that way. Um, Free on Prime, Suspiria. Yeah, I've done that. Looking for your car keys or something. Or where's my hat? You know, it's right on my head. Tom York is vegan. Oh well, then maybe I like him a little bit better now. Oh, he still eats cheese. Yeah, I don't. He went back to where I didn't really like him as much. Oh man. I remember that Fake Plastic Trees was they played it in a skate video. I learned a lot of songs from a lot of bands from different skate videos when I was younger too. But yeah, they had a skater skate into that song, and at the end of it, he breaks his wrist. It's so bad. What was I thinking? Why can't I? I'm drawing a blank. It's not brain fog. It's drawing a blank on a trivia question. Anyway, maybe I'll think about it later and I'll know it and I'll be like, oh. But I hate, as anybody else like that, like you don't want to look it up and you don't want to ask somebody else. So that's what is going on in my brain right now. Why is it so hard for people to give up cheese? Well, I mean, a few reasons. It's got casomorphin in it, which has slight addictive properties. But if they could get over it for at least 3.5 to 4 weeks, then they wouldn't have those addiction to it anymore. And if they could replace it with a bunch of vegan cheeses, or maybe shock treatment every time they go to eat cheese, I'm being a good friend. Guess the band segment. Like I gotta say lyrics. Okay, what kind of bands though? Because I think the bands I would do would probably be. I don't think it would be anything like new pop like that. Younger people would be listening to. Let's see. I was listening to a band last night that I really like. It's not The Cure, but it's another band that I really like. And let me think of a lyric. Um, when you're when you try to think of a lyric and you can sing every song, but when you try to think of something, you're like it just doesn't come to your. I'm like I can't think of a lyric. I mean, I can think of a couple, but I'm like wait a minute. I don't think wait. Am I getting it wrong? Remember when we were young. Here. Oh man, I see. I ruined it already. Anyway, I'm really bad at this. You guys are like, come on. I was thinking of Delirium Trigger by Coheed and Cambria. See, how many people would have known it if I actually, really, truly? Probably not many, right? You were listening to The Cure, the concert in Orange. I have The Cure in Orange on a VHS tape. Yeah. That gave me a feeling, you know? Yeah, because I'd have to like think of them and then, you know. What if I said the lyrics, but I didn't say them like they sing them? Like, what if I was like, we're just two lost souls swimming in a fish bowl year after year on the beach, together on the sand. We walked hand in hand on the beachfront. I can't sing that song, guys. That's, if you guys know it, you know I can't sing it. My favorite Audrey film? Sure, Breakfast at Tiffany's. I don't know. I've never seen any. Sorry. I was like... People were watching those and I was watching horror movies or 80s movies. Brewster's Millions, Gremlins, E.T., Goonies. Oh, wait, we're supposed to watch... Yeah, it's getting late. You're going to look it up again. See, nobody knows Breakfast at Tiffany's got to be up there. What about the song Breakfast at Tiffany's by Deep Blue something? And I said, what about breakfast at, you know? Chud. I walked down the street where they filmed Chud. Audrey. See, I'm not in this conversation. This is all you guys. Pretty in Pink is your favorite? Sabrina's? See, I don't know. I don't know any Audrey Hepburn movies. I was busy popping wheelies. The Breakfast Club was good. I like the Breakfast Club. I could do a guess the film. If I can think of a film. See, that's the thing. When I'm not thinking about it, I come up with all these great ideas. But when you put me on the spot like that, it's like I'm forced to think of something and I'm like, oh no, what am I? Okay, a movie. Okay, so how do you want to do this? Do you want me to have you guys guess a line from the film or an actor from the film? I used to play a guessing game where somebody would say, you'd have to think of an actor, and then somebody would guess the actor, like, for instance, Sigourney Weaver. Okay? So then you would have to think of another actor that is in a movie that she's also in. Okay? So you start with an actor, and then you're like, okay, so Ghostbusters. Okay? And then you would be like, okay, Rick Moranis. And then you're like, okay, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. And then you're like, uh-oh, who else is in that movie? So that's how you'd have to play it, right? So maybe we could try that, like, with all of you guys. I think we would do pretty well if we did that. It would kind of be like you guys against me, though, right? If I started with an actor. We could try it. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna start with the movie. Hold on. The Professional. I don't know. The Professional. Leon. We're going to start with that movie. Now, you guys got to come up with somebody was in there, right? I don't know if this is going to be fun. This is usually fun with like 2 or 3 people. I don't know if it's like with 52 people, but we can try it. I knew Jean Reno. Okay, so I'm like, oh, just don't pick him though, because like, what else is he in? And it's like, okay, hold on. Why couldn't you do Gary Oldman or Natalie Portman? So I'm like, hopefully they don't pick. So wasn't he in Ocean's 11 or something? Okay, so Natalie Portman. Okay, yeah, we'll do. Okay, so Natalie Portman was in. I know a lot of things, but I'm trying to like. Okay, so I don't know anybody else that's in that movie, Black Swan. So let's do a different movie. Like, nah, Star Wars. Is that even a movie? What else is she in? Hold on, we got it. Natalie Portman was in Closer. She was in Closer. Okay, so now Closer. We'll do that movie. There's a bunch of movies and there's a bunch of actors in Closer that are popular. Closer. Jude Law in A Semester Abroad. Okay, Jude Law, let's go with AI. He was an AI, right? With Jude Law. We're doing it right. No, we're doing it right. Jude Law is in a movie AI with Haley Joel Osment. And Haley Joel Osment is in The Sixth Sense. Now let's go crazy here with The Sixth Sense. Who's in The Sixth Sense? Donnie Wahlberg. Did you guys know that kid at the beginning that's like, ew, like that comes to Bruce Willis and shoots him? That's Donnie Wahlberg from New Kids on the Block. I didn't know that for the longest time. Donnie Wahlberg. All right. What's Donnie Wahlberg in besides New Kids on the Block? He's in a movie. But I don't know who else is in the movie. He's in Ransom. I know he's in Saw like 3 or 4 or 7 or 9. We can make it easier. We could go with The Sixth Sense. We could go with Bruce Willis. I mean, that would be easiest of easy. But who else is in it? Oh wait, wait, is that Frances McDormand in there, or am I getting her confused? No, wait. Who's Haley Joel's mom? Am I right? M. Night Shyamalan, great actor. Yeah, is he in all of his movies? We could pick him, right? Because he is in there, right? He's in there somewhere. Yeah, his cousin is Mark Wahlberg. It is her, Frances McDormand? Okay, Fargo. Am I right? Is Frances McDormand the mom in The Sixth Sense? Toni Collette, you're right. It's Toni Collette. I get her mixed up with... Okay, you're right. It's Toni Collette. Now I feel stupid. But see, I knew it. I knew I was wrong. So at least I knew. And I forget what Toni Collette's in. She's in a lot. She's in like the United States of whatever her name is. There was a TV show that's not even a movie. Willem Dafoe. Nosferatu. No, it's called... What's the vampire movie he's in? Willem Dafoe. He plays Nosferatu in... What's it called? United States of Terror. You got it. See, I had it. Where are we even at right now? Little Miss Sunshine? Wait, Willem Dafoe's in Little Miss Sunshine? Shadow of the Vampire. You got that. And who else is in Shadow of the Vampire? What's his name? The Princess Bride. Hold on. Not Mandy Patinkin, but Why can't I think of his name? He's in it's at the tip of my frontal cortex. Carrie Ells. Okay, so Carrie Ells, The Princess Bride. We could say Andre the Giant, but I don't know what else Andre the Giant's in. So we could say Despicable. Mandy Patinkin, but what's he in besides like Criminal Minds? See, now I'm at Wesley, Paul Wesley from Vampire Diaries. Explain the game again. Okay, I know I'm getting it. So I say an actor, and then you guys got to say a movie that actor's in. And then that from that movie that we just said, we got to pick another actor that's in that movie. And we'll pick that actor. And then we got to associate another movie to that actor. So we're always tying an actor to a movie, to another actor, to a movie, to another actor, to another movie. So that's what we got to do. Or another actor to another actor, like a connection somewhere. Either a movie or an actor that's in something with somebody else. And you got to state the movie. So we're going to try to go off each other. So we'll keep going, see where we're at here. Dead Like Me. I used to watch that. Why can't I think of what it was? Dead Like Me. That was the one where those little things would kill you and you would know when you were going to die, but somebody would know when they were. 7 Degrees, like yeah, exactly. Mandy is in Yentl with Barbra Streisand. Okay, good. Now we got Barbra Streisand, and she's in. What's she in? The Grim Reapers. You're right, Stacy. No, you just do this until you don't want to play anymore, I guess, or until you can't get it. So right now we're thinking Barbra Streisand. I can think of a movie that she's in. Let's try to get it. Hopefully you get one that I'm thinking of. Barbra Streisand. Wait, she's not in Beaches. That's Bette Midler. Which is a good movie. I like Beaches. You are the wind beneath my... Fly high. Okay, sorry. I never watched it. Anyway. Barbra Streisand is in Meet the Fockers. Meet the Fockers. She's the mom in Meet the Fockers, right? So we could pick a lot of people from that movie. We could say Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller, maybe? Or Let's do Robert De Niro, okay? Robert De Niro. We'll pick him. Now you guys got to pick a movie with Robert De Niro, and then I'll pick another actor. Let's do a good one. Ready, go. Robert De Niro. Zoolander, we could have went Ben Stiller Zoolander, but maybe we'll still get there. We're at Robert De Niro right now. Oh, and that's the other thing. You can't really... Taxi Driver. I could be wrong. Isn't Christopher Walken in that? No, not Christopher Lloyd. Or is that just Taxi? Man, I got that mixed up, didn't I? Not Taxi Driver. Who else is in... Because honestly, I only know Robert De Niro in Taxi Driver. Okay, Sabrina says The Godfather. We'll go with The Godfather for Robert De Niro. And we'll say... So I'll pick... Okay, so Godfather, Robert De Niro. So we're talking Godfather Part 1 because he's only in Part 1 that I recall. He plays Marlon Brando as a young youth. So let's pick Al Pacino. You guys already did it. Al Pacino. I was trying to pick... Oh no, we could have picked... I can't think of... So many names I'm like drawing a blank for. What's his name? Hold on. His son's name is Scott. Why can't I think of his name? So did we already pick? We picked Al Pacino. Okay, so we picked Al Pacino. So Devil's Advocate. Okay, so good one, Caustic. Devil's Advocate. Let's go with Keanu Reeves. So now, Vegan Lee, have a great night. You're on call. You got to go. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, we gotta have this more fine tuned in. So I'll kind of like guide it. So we went with I picked Caustic says Devil's Advocate, which was a good movie, and then so the actor in there with Al Pacino is going to be Keanu Reeves. So Keanu Reeves, good old Keanu Reeves. Okay, so Caustic also said Speed. Oh, but we got Dracula, my favorite. So if we did Speed, we would go with either Sandra Bullock or. Man, I'm having a bad time with these names right now. Anyway, let's go with Dracula though. We go back to Gary Oldman, or we could go to Winona Ryder, or Anthony Hopkins. Let's go with Anthony Hopkins. We're gonna pick Anthony Hopkins from Dracula. He played Van Helsing. Bram Stoker's Dracula. Dennis Hopper, Caustic. Yep, that's who I was thinking of. Okay, so we went with Anthony Hopkins. So now, what movie Anthony Hopkins? There's a lot for him. The Father. I don't know that one. Silence of the Lambs. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, so Silence of the Lambs. We could go with Ted Levine, or we could go with Jodie Foster. Okay. Or we could go with Chris Isaac. Well, I want to fall in. Do you know he was in that movie? Yep. Let's go with Jodie Foster. Panic Room. Jared Leto. Suicide Squad. Will Smith. What's the name of it? 8 pounds, 7 pounds, 7 pounds, 7 pounds, 8 pounds, 8 ounces, 7 pounds. What's the name of that Will Smith movie? The 8 ounces and pounds. Rosario Dawson. I just kind of like went really far into this without you guys helping. So sorry, I took that away from you guys. So we're at Rosario Dawson. 27 ounces. That's probably what with the Irukandji with the box jellyfish. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay, Rosario Dawson. Another movie. 7 pounds. Is that the one? It was 7 pounds. Yeah, 7 pounds. Oh wait, we're going to Book of Eli. Was Rosario Dawson in the Book of Eli? With Denzel? I'm sorry, I'm playing without you guys. Rent. I don't know Rent. Oh, wait. Is that with Robin Williams? Or am I thinking of the wrong movie? Gary Oldman is in Book of Eli. Okay. Gary Oldman is in True Romance. Here's a good one. True Romance. Oh, Rosario Dawson was in Rent. Well, we're on to True Romance now. We're not. I guess we're Tay Diggs. Tay Diggs follows me on Twitter. Christian Slater, right there. True Romance. I was just talking about Christian Slater today because he was in the Billie Jean, Legend of Billie Jean, and his co-star was her name was Slater as well, but they're not related. That's why I was talking. Patricia Arquette also. Okay, yeah, Patricia Arquette was in True Romance. Patricia Arquette is in, what is that? The horror movie with the possession that she's in. What was that? Ooh, I like where you were going, AJ, with Interview with the Vampire, but we already went on to. Did we go? Did we go? Did we go to Patricia Arquette or did we go to Interview with the Vampire? Stigmata, you're right, Lolly. Stigmata. Thank you. We could do Interview. Let's do Interview with the Vampire because I don't remember who else is in Stigmata. Interview with the Vampire. Let's pick somebody that's. We have Antonio Banderas. We have Stephen Ray. When he looks at him like that, we all die. And then he looks at Louis and goes, "That smile he does." After they killed Claudia, Louis just wanted to rip him apart. But Louis was no Lestat. Louis had to be careful. Lestat, he could do what he wanted. Lestat is powerful enough to do what he wants. Even to Armand, by the way, who's much older than him. But he had to be careful. Anyway, Interview the Vampire. We have so many. Oh, we have Tandy Newton. Tandy Newton. Let's pick her. I like Tandy Newton. Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise played a really good Lestat. I gotta say. We came from Christian Slater, so Interview the Vampire, Tandy Newton. Poor Tandy. Beloved. Oh, I don't know that. You're gonna have to help out on there. If she's in there, you gotta say who else is. I think she's also in. She's also in another movie with Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible, Injection. Convertible cars. Don't know either. Too many vampires. She wasn't a vampire either. So I definitely need your help now because we're doing Tandy Newton, and I only know Mission Impossible off the top of my head that she's in. And if we came to a stop, then maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. You have no idea who she is. She was the servant to Louis, and then he freed her. He didn't want to kill her, but his compulsion to blood. He was like, no, no, no. Remember, she started screaming, and he was like, no, 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 and he tried to like cover her mouth, like, don't scream. I'm not trying to hurt you. And then, he was a vampire. Guess I don't think I win. I could pick if you want to keep going, I could pick somebody different. We could pick Antonio Banderas, and we could go over to Four Rooms. You were talking to your girlfriend when we were playing movie quotes, and now you're lost. Well, if you weren't talking to your girlfriend, you'd know where we were. Let's see here. Tim Roth. You're right. Tim Roth is in. Why can't I? Reservoir Dogs. Oh my God, I almost couldn't think of the name of it. He's in Reservoir Dogs. We can get some good ones now. Yep, Caustic says Reservoir Dogs and Pulp Fiction. Oh, Oprah was in below. Okay, so I think I know what it is now. So Reservoir Dogs was Quentin. I know Quentin Tarantino is in Four Rooms, talking about cutting the finger off. But was he in Reservoir Dogs? Harvey Keitel. That's who I was going for. Glad you chose Harvey Keitel. Harvey Keitel. He's in Bad Lieutenant. He's in Batman. He's in Batman. Good old Harvey Keitel. Batman. Which one? Which Batman? He's in all of them, right? All the Batmans. The newer Batmans. So we'll go with that, right, Mr. Pink. I don't tip. You guys just tell me when you're done with this, because okay, so wait, what we were talking about? We were talking about Harvey Keitel. We're talking about the Batman that was the Dark Knight, right? Dark Knight, Harvey Keitel is in there. No, he's not. That's Gary Oldman. I got him mixed up. Hold on. Harvey Keitel. Harvey Keitel is in a Beyonce video. Pretty Hurts. Pretty Hurts. Harvey Keitel. Beyonce. What else is Beyonce in? I don't know. I think we went to a dead end there. Can somebody else pick a movie that Harvey Keitel is in? I don't know who else is in Bad Lieutenant, but I know Harvey Keitel is in Bad Lieutenant. For some reason, I'm drawing a blank with Harvey Keitel. Harvey Keitel is in Goldmember? Hold on. Was Harvey Keitel in Austin Powers? I'm going to take your word for it if he was. Obsession with Beyonce? No, I just really like that song in the video, and Harvey Keitel's in it. Grand Budapest. Beyonce was in Goldmember. Okay, Goldmember. Okay, so you said Goldmember. I will say Seth Green. Isn't Seth Green and is it? Isn't he? No, maybe I'm wrong there. Wasn't he in one of the National Lampoons, or no? Heavy Metal says Can't Hardly Wait. So it's Seth Green and Can't Hardly Wait. I think there's a little bit of a lag, so I just want to make sure that we're there. Seth Green is in Scooby-Doo. Okay, so Scooby-Doo, Matthew Lillard. Matthew Lillard. Now, I know what Matthew Lillard was first in back in the day that most of you probably don't know, but he was the announcer guy for Skate TV with Skate Master Tate. You guys remember that? The band was just too late. Okay, Matthew Lillard was in Scream with Skeet Ulrich. Skeet Ulrich. I met both of them, by the way. I was talking with Skeet. He was being really creepy to some of the girls at one of the horror cons I was with. Like, just, yeah, it was creepy. Skeet is creepy. He was also kind of a D. Do you want me to tell you why? Because one of the fans was like a huge Scream fan, and she went up to have him like, oh, please, can you like sign this or whatever? And it's a horror convention. And he just kind of like turned his back, and his agent was like, no, you're going to have to pay like $60 for him to do that kind of thing. And she was like, oh, and Matthew Lillard was right there. And he's like, oh, hey, I'll take a picture and everything with you. And he came over, like, he's like, no. Boom. Matthew Lillard saved the day. He's a good guy. Anyway. I hope he's not. I hope Skeet's not watching this. Why would he, right? But why wouldn't he? He's probably like, what else is Skeet in, by the way? He's in what was it? Was it like Jesse James or whatever? All right, enough of that. Enough. Delete. Get out of here. Don't do that kind of stuff here. Not cool. Play the game or get out. All right, let's go back to where we were here. Skeet Ulrich is in. What else is he in? He was kind of like a Johnny Depp lookalike for a little bit, and then he just was like, eh. Actually, that probably wasn't even a troll. That was probably somebody that logged onto my live stream, and she went to go get a snack, and her cat went over on the keyboard and was like, doom, doom, doom. That's exactly what probably happened. And now she's like, oh my God, Sparky, now we can't watch it. Skeeta's in the Craft with oh my god. I can't remember her name. What's her name? Okay, Nev Campbell. We'll go with Nev Campbell. Nev Campbell, Party of Five. No, we can't do TV shows. Okay, so Nev Campbell is back in... Wait, she's in Scream, but she's also in that other movie with Kevin Bacon and... What's her name? Oh my god, what's her name? Faruka, yeah, that's Bulk. Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Thank you, Heavy Metal Vegan, for that $3.99 super chat. I appreciate that. The Wild Things, that's what I was thinking of with what's her name? I can't think of her name. Yeah, Denise Richards. You got it. You just said the first name and I'll finish it. Okay, yeah. So she's in that one with Kevin Bacon. Okay. Oh, we're finally at Kevin Bacon, the 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon. So, okay, so we'll go with Kevin Bacon. Oh my God, he was in so many movies. Kevin Bacon. Let's choose wisely with him, okay? Kevin Bacon is in. Yeah, he's in Footloose. That was the first thing that came to my mind. But do we really want to go to Footloose? He was in He was in a like a paranormal movie too. Oh, you know what? He's in Flatliners. Let's do Flatliners. You're right. His first movie was Friday the 13th. Let's go with Flatliners though. Yeah, the weird invisible one. But there's another one that he just did and I didn't see it, where he goes in this house and he realizes his house, like, it's bigger than it actually is. It's bigger inside than it was outside. And he's like, what the hell's going on here? I didn't see it though. Kiefer Sutherland. We got to go with The Lost Boys. We have to. And then at The Lost Boys, let's go. Do you want to go with Corey Feldman? Or do you want to honor Corey Haim? Because there's a lot you can do there. I mean, if we go with Corey Feldman, we got some really good movies to talk about. If we go with Corey Haim, we also got some good movies, but my favorite is Lost Boys. So, you want to go with Corey Haim? See, if we went with Corey Feldman, I was going to say Burbs, like Caustic. But we can go with Corey Haim and say License to Drive. See, I haven't seen that in so long, I don't know who else is in it. Oh, Silver Bullet. We'll go with Silver Bullet. Let's go with Silver Bullet. So we went with Corey Haim because we wanted to honor Corey Haim. We'll go with Silver Bullet. Now you guys pick somebody from Silver Bullet. Flatliners was weird with little Timmy Mahoney and the red. That was kind of scary. Yep, you got it. Gary Busey is in Silver Bullet. So Gary Busey was in... He was in Point Break. Point Break. Let's go with Patrick Swayze. Right? Oh, I got some good ones with it. So Point Break, Patrick Swayze. Let's see. I've got some good ones with Patrick Swayze. Let's see if you guys got them. The one I'm thinking of right now with Patrick Swayze. Another 48 Hours. Didn't that have Nick Nolte in it? Or was it Gary Busey? I thought it was Nick. I get them mixed up sometimes. Okay, so Patrick Swayze, we got Dirty Dancing, we got The Outsiders. The Outsiders will be a really good one. Roadhouse is the one that I was thinking of. Because if we go Roadhouse, we can go with Sam Elliott. I get all the sleep I need when I'm dead. And he was in that movie, the recent movie with Lady Gaga. What's it called? Lady Gaga and what's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Lady Gaga. Tell me something. You know that song. I'm not gonna sing it. That was stupid. But that dude, Bradley Cooper. Sam Elliott. Bradley Cooper like knocks out Sam Elliott. Are you kidding me? Can't knock out Sam Elliott. Nick Nolte, yeah, okay. Bradley Cooper. A Star is Born. That's right. That's right. So Bradley, okay, so Sam Elliott, okay, so Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper is in that one with Mike Tyson. And Ed Helms. And what's his name? The other guy that's Between Two Ferns. That guy. The Hangover. Okay, so we got Hangover. We've made it all the way from the first movie all the way to The Hangover. Okay. So who do we want to pick from The Hangover? Who else is it? So Zach Galifianakis. That's what I was thinking. So Zach Galifianakis. So now I think he's only in comedies. So you guys come up with the next one. What else is he in with Zach Galifianakis? Because I'm having a blank with a Zach Galifianakis movie. Can I just say Zach from now on and not say his last name? We'll do a couple more of these. And then I think we're all going to have to get up and get a snack. The Hangover 2. Zach Galifianakis. Okay, so who else is in The Hangover that we could... I mean, I don't know what else Ed Helms is in except for The Office. Identity Theft? Is he in Pineapple Express? I don't know if he's in... Vegan Lee, you're back. That was a short on-call. Pineapple Express. Robert Downey Jr. Robert Downey Jr. In Death, it's Robert Downey... No, it's not that movie. So Robert Downey Jr. would be in... Let's think of a movie that he's in. Other than... Well, I mean, if you said Avengers, I mean, there's so many people you could choose. The Judge. Judge Judy. I don't know The Judge. Sherlock Holmes. Which one, though? Which one? Robert Downey Jr. with Sherlock Holmes, and who plays Watson? Jude Law. We're back to Jude Law. Okay. Last time we did Jude Law, we said Closer. So what else are we... No, we said AI. Is Jude Law? You're right. Robert Downey Jr. is in Natural Born Killers. We got Brad Pitt. We have Juliette Lewis. Or we could say Brad Pitt and then go to California and then say Juliette Lewis. But no, we don't need to do that. So yeah, we're going with Natural Born Killers because I like that movie. Do you know that actually Quentin Tarantino wrote that as a continuation of Christian Slater and Patricia Arquette from True Romance. But it was changed a lot, and then it was turned into Mickey and Mallory Knox. And then, okay, so Woody Harrelson. You're right. Woody Harrelson is in Natural Born Killers. So we'll pick Woody Harrelson and we'll say Zombieland. Okay, I'm thinking of someone from Zombieland that I really want to pick. And who's gonna be the first one to guess the actor that I'm thinking of from Zombieland? Yep, Sean got the same thing, Zombieland. I got the Natural Born Killer soundtrack in my head right now. Bill Murray, you got it, Sarah. I was thinking of Bill Murray. So Bill Murray, what movie are we gonna... Should we go with the original Ghostbusters? With Bill Murray? You were thinking of Jesse Eisenberg? Bill Murray is in Lost in Translation, and so is Giovanni Ribisi. You know, he was in one of my recent videos, the one at Little Pine. That's him sitting down at the picnic table eating the cookie. So Giovanni Ribisi. I remember him from X-Files way back in the day. But let's see. Scarlett Johansson is also in Lost in Translation. Which one should we go with? Up to you. Bill Murray's What About Bob? You're picking some movies that I haven't thought about in a long time. Lost in Translation. So yeah, so let's go. Yeah, so okay, so Black Widow. I haven't seen Black Widow, so I don't know who else is in it. Scarlett Johansson is also in. Do you want to go with Black Widow? You guys got to pick who else is in it because I don't know. I haven't even seen a commercial for it. ScarJo. There's a girl that looks exactly like her on TikTok. Okay, so her. So we'll go with her and we'll say Joaquin Phoenix. Okay. Now we got to pick a movie with Joaquin Phoenix. Let's be careful here. Let's get a good one. Joaquin Phoenix. Ooh, I'm thinking of one. We're going to pick the one that I'm thinking of, but you guys got to guess which one I'm thinking of. Signs was a good one. I think it was funny when they had to run around the house and try to scare the things away. And Mel Gibson, who was like a pastor or a priest or whatever, was saying like, oh my goodness. Like he couldn't swear. It was kind of funny. Gladiator, Sabrina got it. Didn't you get the last one? No, that was Sarah. So Gladiator was the one I was thinking of. That was a very intense movie. I like that movie. Who do we want to go with Gladiator? We can go with the obvious and pick Russell Crowe. Your mind has gone blank. Have we done too many of these? You get me going with this, and I'll do this forever. Like when I first met my friend Issa, creator of the Veganomicon and all those, we literally played this game for like 8 hours straight, and we would go from one and we just everybody else that was playing with us was like, I can't play anymore, and they all left, and we're still playing. Anyway, Beautiful Mind. That's a good one, but I don't remember who else is in it. Sandlot. Okay, so Russell Crowe. Superman, Man of Steel. Who else was in Gladiator other than Russell Crowe? What's his name? I forget his name. It's a really long name. And he was also... I can't even think of the other... I can think of the other movie he's in, but I can't think of the name of it. I just looked at the light and now my eyeballs are... Okay, so we're thinking... Gladiator. Who else was in Gladiator? Oh, you know what? I think... What's her name? The evil queen from Game of Thrones. The sister of Jaime Lannister. She was also in Gladiator, I believe. Wow, what are we saying over here? We're all talking about David Bowie and Labyrinth and Jennifer Connelly, but we haven't gone there yet. We're still on Gladiator, right? We're Gladiator. We're thinking of something with Russell Crowe. Okay, so yeah, we're back on track. We're thinking Russell Crowe. Cersei, yep, Lannister. So what other movie? Okay, so we'll just pick Russell Crowe to make it easier, and we'll pick a movie that Russell Crowe's in. Oh. Maybe, okay, so wait a minute. You said Beautiful Mind, and you're saying Jennifer Connelly was also in Beautiful Mind? Okay, so we're on track. Give me a confirmation if that's true, because I don't remember I don't think I saw Beautiful Mind. So right now we're on Jennifer Connelly, right? Requiem for a Dream. It ain't gonna. Okay. Um, Requiem for a Dream. Wasn't there a Wayne's in there? And there was Jake Gyllenhaal. Jake Gyllenhaal. Okay. Wait a minute. It wasn't Jared Leto. It was Jake Gyllenhaal, wasn't it? Because I almost said Jared Leto too, but I think it was Jake. The one about Target. The one about Target. It was Jared? We went to Jared. It was Jared. It was Jared. Okay, so Jared Leto. Let's go with a Jared Leto movie. We already said Panic Room. So Mr. Nobody, but I don't remember who else is in there. My lookalike sometimes, right? Blood Diamond. Blood Diamond had Leo in it. Texas Buyers Club. We got Matt McConaughey. Oh, Fight Club. Yeah, we could do Fight Club and say Meatloaf. No, we wouldn't say Meatloaf because I don't know what else he's in. Let's go with Fight Club. Okay, Fight Club. Jared Leto in Fight Club is going to be accompanied with Ed Norton. Right? I mean, I know he's in it, but is that who we want to pick? Ed Norton? Fight Club. All right, yeah, let's not take too much time. We'll go with Ed Norton. Ed Norton is in... Can someone guess the movie that... Okay, I'm thinking of. Ed Norton. He's in a movie with Rosario Dawson. American History X was the one I was thinking of. Okay, so we'll go American History X. And let's see. American History X, we could go with Edward Furlong. Okay, and that brings us to Terminator 2. All right, just to keep on track here, we'll go that. We'll say he was in Hulk too. I was thinking of that, but he's in he's in Death to Smoochie too. But we're going with Edward Furlong, and then we'll say Terminator 2, and then Wait, why are we saying Birdman? We could say Linda Hamilton, but then what else are we going to pick? I mean, Beauty and the Beast, but that's a TV show. Linda Hamilton. I didn't want to say her because I don't know what else she's in. Linda Hamilton. Edward Furlong. Arnie. Okay, yeah, Arnie. That would be Leo. Arnie? With the eating Gilbert Grape, sorry. So Terminator. So you said, okay, yeah, let's just go with Arnold. Unless you know something else that Linda Hamilton's in. Because I don't know what Arnie is. Joe versus the Volcano? That would be Meg Ryan. Oh, Robert Patrick. Robert Patrick. But what else is he in besides X-Files? Okay, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Predator. Okay, so Jesse Ventura. Predator. The only name I can think of, I can see everybody, but the only name I can think of is Jesse Ventura. And I don't know what else he's in. Wait, Sabrina, what are you linking to the Lost Boys? Shane Black? Okay, I'm not sure who Shane Black is. But I can Google. But that's cheating, is it? Carl Weathers, that's who I was thinking. Okay, Carl Weathers. Happy Gilmore. Wait, was he also in Rocky? Mixed up the actors? Okay, Carl. So he's in Happy Gilmore, right? A good drinking game. I got to get a smoothie or something. Okay, so we're gonna go with Happy Gilmore. Let's just go with Happy Gilmore. Shooter McGavin. I just may go down by the bay. What do you say? Happy Gilmore. Adam Sandler. I mean, we got to go with Adam Sandler. I mean, why not, right? Adam Sandler, Punch Drunk Love. Ooh, Philip Seymour Hoffman. Right? Isn't that, does anybody know that scene I'm talking about? I'm like, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Okay. I can't do it, but I'm just saying, you guys know that scene? That is hilarious. Poor Philip Seymour Hoffman. Anyway, let's go with Philip Seymour Hoffman, right? I used to live in New York City with an acting teacher, and one of her students was Philip Seymour Hoffman. And one day in the kitchen, there was a letter from Philip Seymour Hoffman, and it was silver ink on a greenish card, greenish envelope. And that handwriting was so amazing. Good old Philip. Mission Impossible 3. For Philip Seymour Hoffman? The Master. Well, Stacy, the movie that I picked with Adam Sandler is not a comedy. So Punch Drunk Love is not a comedy. It's actually one of his serious movies, and it was really good. So if you want to give it a try and watch Adam Sandler not be funny, check out Punch Drunk Love. It was actually pretty good. Capote. I never saw Capote, but I know he's in it. Oh, so you did see it. Okay. Oh, Uncut Gems was another one. Yeah, actually, Uncut Gems was another good performance that Adam Sandler gave where it wasn't funny. Okay, Philip Seymour Hoffman is in Along Came Polly. Oh, I know I've seen it, but I don't remember who's in it. Jennifer Aniston. Jennifer Aniston, The Breakup, right? She's in The Breakup, right? She's also in the... I don't remember what even, like the sequel to Family Vacation, but she's in that, right? Anyway, forget that. We'll just go with, I never saw Marley and Me. I know all about it. Jennifer Aniston. So what are we picking? We're picking The Breakup, right? The Breakup. I don't know who else is in Marley and Me. Who else is in The Breakup? Vince Vaughn. How about Swingers? Vince Vaughn in Swingers. We're going way back. If we pick Owen Wilson, I'm going to say Bottle Rockets. That's their first one. And it's the first one that I freaking loved back in 96. Owen Wilson. Bottle Rockets. Let's go with that. Wes Anderson did it, yeah. Wow, we are really going. You guys are still here. What time is it? The thing is we've been on for almost 4 hours. Let's make it 4 hours and then we'll stop. So another 19 minutes if you guys want to even go that far. We're losing viewers by the minute, but that's okay. We're gonna do this. Okay, so who are we on? Owen Wilson. We could easily say Luke Wilson. Luke Wilson. What's the name of that? The other Wes Anderson, where they're underwater in the thing with Gene Hackman and Gwyneth Paltrow. What's the name of that movie? Somebody knows what I'm talking about. It's nearly 4 a.m. there. Keep telling myself I gotta go to sleep. I can't miss this one. Okay, so in seriously, in just 17 and a half more minutes, we're gonna pull the plug. Life Aquatic, you got it. Life Aquatics. Steve Zissou, yes. Okay, so let's pick Gene Hackman. And with Gene Hackman, we could easily say Superman, the original, Lex Luthor. And then we could say Christopher Reeves. And then we could say Somewhere in Time. And then we could say Jane Seymour. And then I'm kind of lost. Because I know she was in that Quinn Medicine Woman, but what movie is she in? That was a TV show. So Christopher Reeves, Mississippi Burning, was Jane Seymour in Mississippi Burning? You're going to have to help me out there. Linda's still with us too. Somebody give me a little reminder when we're at like 5 minutes. Five of well, actually, I didn't do it at the exact time, so let's see. We're at a countdown now. We have about 16 more minutes. So anyway, okay, so Gene Hackman was in Mississippi Burning. Okay. But I don't remember who else is in Mississippi Burning. Although I do have it on VHS. Why can't I think about who else was in there? You don't know any answers, but you're still here. You know some of the answers. In Time movie. In Time with Jane Seymour. Can you give us another, or are we done? Willem Dafoe is in it again? All right, what's another Willem Dafoe movie? Jane Seymour is in Somewhere in Time, but I don't know who else is in Somewhere in Time other than Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour. 1981, I think. Live and Let Die? Okay, do you know anybody else who's in Live and Let Die? Okay, there we go. Willem Dafoe is in Fargo. We'll go with that. Willem Dafoe is in Fargo. Oh, he's also in Boondock Saints with Daryl Dixon. Right? And Daryl Dixon is, what's his name? Daryl Dixon. What's Daryl Dixon's name? Because I got one for that. Daryl Dixon from Walking Dead. He was one of the Boondock Saints. Why can't I think of his name? Somebody give me his first name. Norman Reedus. Okay, so Norman Reedus was in Blade. And who else was in Blade? Who am I thinking of from Blade? And I think it was Blade. I think it was 2. But I don't know if anybody's going to get who I'm thinking of in Blade. So I'm just going to say it. Stephen Dorff. Let's go way back to the 80s. Stephen Dorff. Oh, Caustic, got it. Yes. So let's go back to the 80s. Oh, wait a minute. I don't know who else is in that movie. The Gate. Yeah, Stephen Dorff in The Gate. That's what I was thinking. But who else is in The Gate? I don't remember. I think he was like the main one. Well, that made it big. Steven Dorff didn't make it big. Well, he's also in that movie where he's like he's like a total loser, but he's got superpowers. Do you remember? You know, it's not that old. It's maybe 8 or 9 years old, or maybe even less. Man, I really messed this up there. I just wanted to say Steven Dorff. Chris, look what you got us into. Maybe we're coming to an end. I don't know. He's in True Detective. I know, but that's not a movie. True Detective, I didn't see the season 2 or 3, but I will say season 1 is freaking amazing. I didn't even really like Matt McConaughey before that, but after seeing that, like, what an amazing actor. Like, seriously, it made me like Matt McConaughey after seeing True Detective. Hitch. Oh, no, it wasn't Hitch. Hitch was with Will Smith. 3 was good too. 2 wasn't good and 3 was good. We could stay with a protocol, but we're at the end right now, so it's kind of just like, hey. I think we messed it up with Steven Dorff because I don't know what else he's in. I don't remember the name of the superhero movie he's in. So let's back it up a little bit. If we don't know it, we can back it up rather than quit. So we'll back it up. Instead of Steven Dorff, we could just say Wesley Snipes. And Wesley Snipes is in Blade. And he's also in Blade 2. And he's also in Blade 3. And he's probably in Blade 4. What else is Wesley Snipes in? Demolition Man. Oh. Was he in Judge Dredd? Demolition Man. Am I getting those movies mixed up? American Hero with Steven Dorff. Okay. But I have no idea who. I think he's the only one in that. Oh, Major League. We have Charlie Sheen. Charlie Sheen was in Major League. Okay, that's a good one. Good one, Sarah. Now we're bringing it back to the 80s. Okay, so let's see. All right, let's go with Charlie Sheen, because who else is in Major League that I can think of? Yeah, Stallone was in Dredd, but wasn't he also in there? Charlie Sheen was in Top Gun. He's not in Top Gun. Oh, this is bad. Why can't I think of Charlie Sheen movie? He did the one where it was a comedy Navy SEAL. Oh, yeah. Apocalypse Now. Wait, Charlie Sheen was in Apocalypse Now? With good old Brando? Marlon Brando. Get in the light. Martin Sheen. Yeah, I was going to say, that's old. Get in the light. Money Talks. Hot Shots is the one I'm talking about. Sarah's on it tonight. Hot Shots. Okay, so let's go with Hot Shots and help me out because I don't remember who else is in Hot Shots. Oh, it'd be nice if we could transition over to Ferris Bueller's Day Off, but we have no connection right there. Platoon, but I can't remember who else is in Platoon. These are movies that I've seen that I haven't seen in so long, and they never made too much of an impact on me. What are we at right now? All right, we got less than 10 minutes left to finish this up here. So we're still on we're on Platoon. Who else is in Platoon? Charlie Sheen was in Ferris. Oh, he was? Who was he in Ferris Bueller's Day Off? You would think if Charlie Sheen was in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, he would be the main star, not Matthew Broderick. What, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Okay, so let me see. Ferris Bueller's Day Off. See, I know I was going to spell it wrong, so Google will just do it for me. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, full cast and crew. Charlie Sheen has to be right up there at the top, and he is not. I don't see him. There he is. He's way down at the bottom. He's a boy in a police station. He probably has no lines. All right, but we'll go with that. I didn't know that. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go with Matthew Broderick. When Cameron was in Egypt's land. Okay. Tom Berenger. Weekend at Bernie's? No, that was Skerritt. Tom Skerritt. Never mind. Okay. So we got he got in some kind of trouble. Jennifer Grey. Ooh, Howard the Duck. Now that's a movie I haven't seen in a long time. Lloyd Bridges. Okay, so Matthew Broderick was in the producers, but was that a movie or was that just a Broadway? Yeah, the only other people from Ferris Bueller's that I know are Jennifer Grey and Alan Ruck. Oh, and Jeffrey Jones, but let's not pick him because he's like he's a bad guy. Glory. Okay, Glory. I haven't seen Glory in such a freaking long time. Who is in Glory? Isn't it Denzel? Ben Stein. Bueller. He's not even really credited, is he? There he is. Yep. Win Ben Stein's money. Who did I just say? Glory. Matthew Broderick is the military officer in Glory. So it's been a long it was Denzel, wasn't it? Yeah. Yeah. So we go back to Denzel, who's a great actor, and then we can do oh, what's that movie? You guys know. I can't think of it. Not Training Day with Ethan Hawke. Oh, I almost had it. Hold on. Man on Fire. Man on Fire. Dakota Fanning. Dakota Fanning. We only have 5 minutes left. Back to Carrie Ells. Okay. Okay, let's do that. Let's do so Man on Fire, Dakota Fanning. Right? So now a Dakota Fanning movie. Isn't she in Twilight? One of the Twilights? I don't know Lucy in the Sky. All right, let's wrap it up here. So we got to think of a Dakota Fanning. I never saw that. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Should I see it? I want to see it, but I've never seen it. Is Dakota Fanning in that movie? Because if she is, that'll be it. That'll be it, and then we'll close this thing down. She is in War of the Worlds with Tom Cruise. And Tom Cruise is in Outsiders. And Eyes Wide Shut with Nicole Kidman. And Nicole Kidman is in a movie that I'm in called The Interpreter with Sean Penn. And Sean Penn is in what's that one movie that I wanted to pick that I actually liked, but I can't think of. Anyway. No, we can't end with Sean Penn. Okay, so Sean Penn is in North Shore. 21 Grams. That's the movie. That's the movie I was thinking of. He did a really good job in that movie too, anyway. But who else is in there? It's his wife in real life, right? Or his ex-wife? I was an extra in The Interpreter, and I was standing next to Nicole Kidman, yeah. And I got to see Sydney Pollack direct when I lived in New York City. Oh, I Am Sam. Yes, okay, he is in that. Milk. Mystic River. No, wait a minute. Okay, Stacy, it wasn't 21 Grams I was thinking of. It was Mystic River. That's the one that I was talking about. Where doesn't he like lose his daughter or something happens and like he just goes crazy. Naomi Watts. She was married to Fox Mulder, right? Am I right? To Dave Duchovny, not Fox Mulder. Robin Wright. Right. See, you guys are filling in the blanks for me here. What's the movie with Russell Crowe and Denzel Washington where Russell Crowe is a robot? That doesn't ring a bell. Marco says, do I have a list of somewhere of all the extra? No, because I never cared when I did it and I was uncredited. And even now, like there's a movie coming out, next month that I'm in called The Night House. And if they didn't cut the scenes out, I'm in 2 parts. But I've been in Monk. I'm in Monk Takes Manhattan. I'm uncredited, but if you watch Monk Takes Manhattan, you will see me in Times Square walking behind him. I'm in The Interpreter. Technically, I'm on the cover, but there's no way you can pick me out because I'm a silhouette way in the back evacuating the UN. And I'm in a Smirnoff commercial, which I've never seen. I'm in a couple other movies that were filmed up here in Syracuse, The Night House, and then there's another one that I can't remember the name of it. And all I was just a neighborhood person riding a bike by the scene when the girl's getting off the bus and going inside, and she had one of those backpacks with like the clear backpack with her cat was in it. I don't remember the name of the movie. So... But hopefully soon I'll be credited in the Vegan Zombie movie as creator, writer, director, actor, producer, that kind of stuff. Oh, Tim Robbins' Jacob's Ladder. That was a psychological movie. Can we just even throw another movie in here that I like that we have no connection to? The Ladder. No, not Jacob's Ladder. The Jacket. Keira Knightley. Adrian Brody. Yeah, the irony. I'm a straight edge in a Smirnoff commercial, and they gave us a little shot of water. Most of the people are Googling. Yeah, at this point, like The Jacket's such a good movie. Anyway, guys, that's 4 hours for you guys. We turned this pizza swatting into a fun movie guessing game and a couple crazy paranormal like stories. So all in all, I think this was a pretty weirdly action-packed, informative, maybe entertaining stream, hopefully. So that's all I got for you. The Pianist was really good too. I like Adrian Brody. And then he was in Splice. Weird. And Dummy. Why didn't we pick Adrian Brody? I know all these movies he's in. Anyway, that's it for me. Please go and check out my latest video on my main channel if you haven't already. Leave a comment. Maybe that'll make the algorithm go up or something. And that's all for me. I'm going to go make some food. See you guys later. And if you hear a knock at your door and somebody's delivering pizza that you didn't order, question everything. All right, guys. See you. And thank you for all the participation and super chats. I really appreciate it. All right. Goodbye. Good night. For real.